You'll be intrigued, inspired, and possibly angered. The Yaron Brook Show, Saturday afternoons at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will Eric Holder arm sexual harassers at Uber like he did Mexican drug cartels?
And President Trump visits the African American History Museum. We're back at 5 AM 560. The Answer.
To America's First News this morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for being with us. Good Wednesday to you. This portion of the program is brought to you by Harry's, and I enjoy a great shave from Harry's. My favorite part is this newly redesigned ergonomic handle. It looks good, feels good. Now, for decades, one big razor company relentlessly increased prices and reaped immense profits at the expense of little guys like us. Now, Harry's knew there was only one way to ensure quality and good standing among customers. They bought their own factory. By taking less profit and selling directly over the internet, Harry's offers their blades at half the price. Now, great news for our listeners. Harry's is so confident that you'll love their blades, they're giving you a free trial set. All you have to do is cover the cost of shipping. What do you got to lose? Your free trial set includes the Truman Set handle, 5 precision blades, lathering gel, a post-shave balm, and a travel cover. That's an $18 value for you to try. Start getting a great shave right now with this amazing free trial offer, an $18 value for free. Just cover the cost of shipping. To get your free trial set, including a handle, blade, shave gel, and post-shave balm, go to harrys.com and enter the code DEAL at checkout. Get started with Harry's today. Again, harrys.com with the code DEAL. 8 minutes in front of the hour on This Morning. Jennifer Kashenka is back with more of America's First News.
Gordon, rescuers chest deep in water steered boats full of people and pets from a San Jose neighborhood inundated by water from an overflowing creek. San Jose Fire Captain Mitch Matlow says at least 225 residents were taken to dry land and rinsed with soap and water to prevent them from being sickened by floodwaters that had traveled through engine fuel, garbage, debris, and over sewer lines.
They are being decontaminated because this is polluted water, and then they are being either taken to an evacuation shelter or they are going to be taken to the hospital if they need that.
Further north, farmers used tractors to shore up an endangered levee in California's agricultural heartland. Officials opened a spillway at the Don Pedro Reservoir for the first time in 20 years, and a Sierra Nevada highway threatened to collapse after the latest downpours swelled waterways. Amidst pressure from Jewish groups and others, President Trump offered his first full-throated comments about a recent spike in anti-Semitism. He spoke yesterday during a visit to the National Museum of African American History.
The anti-Semitic threats targeting our Jewish community and community centers are horrible and are painful, and a very sad reminder of the work that still must be done to root out hate and prejudice and evil.
Earlier in the day, the White House had responded to threats against Jewish centers and weekend vandalism at a Jewish cemetery in Missouri by denouncing hatred and hate-motivated violence. It didn't mention Jews. Federal officials say a Missouri native who said he wanted to participate in a terrorist attack that could cause many deaths and injuries has been charged with helping plan a President's Day attack in Kansas City. The Justice Department says 25-year-old Robert Hester Jr., a U.S. citizen from Columbia, Missouri, was charged with attempting to provide material support to ISIS. He was arrested Friday when he arrived at a meeting with what he thought was an ISIS sympathizer who was an undercover FBI agent. China has big plans, huge plans, for one day becoming a soccer superpower. The country planning 50,000 soccer academies by 2025. Each school would be able to train 1,000 young players, fulfilling a goal laid out last April of having 50 million competent players.
My goodness.
You ready for China?
50 million competent players?
They're going to get the World Cup by 2050, they said.
Well, okay. Thanks, Jen. 5.5 minutes now in front of the hour. Transition seamlessly from presentation to meeting and from work to home with the Dell Latitude 13 7000 series, the laptop that takes care of business. The powerful performance and incredible battery life from this reliable business-class PC featuring Intel Core processors lets small business employees do their best work wherever work takes them. Learn more at Dell.com/radio. That's Dell.com/radio.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples Guide. This year I'm preparing my own taxes.
Good for you.
Yep, I'm going to be accountable.
Right. Well, Staples can help with storage and filing supplies, plus software like QuickBooks and TurboTax.
Go on. You have my interest.
And now get TurboTax for up to $15 off at Staples.
Up to $15 off TurboTax? That'll pay handsome. Returns.
Right.
Thanks, Staples Guy. Depreciate it.
Uh-huh.
Everything you need this tax season for less, like up to $15 off TurboTax. Staples. Make more happen.
In-store only ends 4/1/17.
This is the year. It's time to sell or buy your home. The realtor you choose should have experience and success. Hi, I'm John Wright of the Wright Real Estate Group. We've sold 1,100 homes in 142 towns and municipalities in Chicagoland. Chances are you know someone who has sold or purchased a home from the Wright Real Estate Group of Keller Williams. Let our success be your success when buying or selling a home. The Wright Real Estate Group doesn't rely on celebrity endorsements to sell your home. We rely on results. When you're ready to buy or sell a home, call me, John Wright, at 630-407-1641 or log on to WrightRealEstateGroup.com. Sell or buy a home through the Wright Real Estate Group, and we'll donate $500 at closing to Food for the Poor to feed 10 children in your honor. Call 630-407-1641. The Wright Real Estate Group of Keller Williams. Moving at the speed of right.
Hello, everyone, and here we go again with Karen Lewis and the Chicago Teachers Union demanding more money from the Chicagoland taxpayers. Well, I say enough is enough. The teachers get paid from the property taxes that homeowners pay every year. If the Teachers Union gets more money, that means your property taxes are going to go higher. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent representative for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other health insurance carriers. For months now, I have been telling you about purchasing health savings account PPO plans that will cost you approximately 40% less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the Teachers Union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
AM 560, The Answer.
Glad you're with us. Heartwarming story from Yahoo about people helping people. A cashier at a Walmart in Columbia, South Carolina, walked from behind the cash register and into the passenger line to swipe her own personal credit card to help pay for the groceries of a mother of three. The cashier, Sharnique Desant, kicked in $100 of her own money Friday evening to pay half the bill because she felt like the family needed a blessing. The cashier, who's 27, told People.com that God told her to do it. The picture of the cashier and the mom was shared on Facebook and has been liked now more than 22,000 times. For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Introducing the perfect getaway, nestled in the prairie, a place you can go to unload the stress of the day and recharge your inner peace. A place that fills your senses with fresh air and the sweet sounds of your Second Amendment rights being exercised. It's where you go to clear your head.
Set your sights for the range at 355. Shoot in a brand new state-of-the-art facility with 2 ranges, one programmable for distance and the other for turning and tactical drills, featuring Mancom Touch Plus and Mancom Touch and Go systems. Trust us, it's cool. The Range at 355, situated on a private parcel of wetlands at the crossroads of I-55 and 355, right off Boughton Road. A shooting oasis with a full array of firearms, ammunition, accessories, and classes with professional guidance and courteous instruction. Take a vacation from the mundane. The Range at 355, founded by patriots like you.
For range hours and info, visit range355.com.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Democrats say it's the start of mass deportations by the Trump administration. The White House insists that's not what new guidelines for immigration enforcement are about.
The president is empowering DHS to carry out the immigration laws currently on the books.
White House spokesman Sean Spicer says the priority is people who've committed a crime or pose a threat to public safety. But it does widen the net, and immigrant advocates expect lawsuits.
Polo Morales with the Coalition for Humane Immigrants' Rights of Los Angeles says people have been coming to them asking a lot of questions.
Folks are really asking, what can I do to stay? And what can we do to make sure that we're not willy-nilly deported?
Morales says aside from expanding the number of undocumented people who are considered a deportation priority, the president's orders expand who qualifies for expedited removal. It used to be if you were caught within 100 miles of the border and you'd been here for 2 weeks. Now one qualifies if they've been here for 2 years and are caught anywhere in the country.
Fox Radio's Jessica Rosenthal. Republican members of Congress facing protests at town hall events around the country, in part over plans to repeal Obamacare.
But most people have had a very bad experience with it.
California Congressman Tom McClintock also getting pushback on air quality questions. President Trump says the protests are planned by liberal activists. Organizing for Action, one of the groups that helped get President Obama elected, has posted advice for disrupting events.
They've now posted online a congressional recess toolkit that explains how to make the opposition seem bigger than it is, with this, quote, sitting by yourself or in pairs throughout the front half of the room will make the perception of broad consensus a reality.
Fox's Peter Ducey. Hundreds of flood rescues around San Jose, and though Northern California could get a break from downpours today, there's more flood concern downstream from a reservoir overflowing for the first time in 20 years. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This morning, 57 degrees in Chicago. We have heavy, dense fog, and a dense fog advisory is up in the city of Chicago until 9 a.m. this morning and in the surrounding area as well. We'll keep our eyes on that for you this morning. Jim Telemonte will be along in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, the very latest on the morning forecast, but it certainly does not get any better as the morning moves along in terms of visibility today. A 14-year-old student is facing felony aggravated battery charges in a beating at a South Elgin middle school that left a 12-year-old boy in a coma. The teen appeared in court yesterday with his parents after he was placed on electronic home monitoring. Officials say the suspect attacked Henry Semder earlier this month at the Kenyon Woods Middle School. The victim was hospitalized with head and facial fractures before returning home several days later. A 17-year-old boy is in critical condition after being shot in the head on Chicago's northwest side. Police say the victim was outside yesterday in the 4900 block of North Milwaukee when someone got out of a silver minivan and opened fire. The teen ran and collapsed nearby. Paramedics took him to the hospital. No one is in custody this morning. The Chicago Public Schools are taking steps, they say, to protect immigrant students and families. CPS telling principals yesterday that they shouldn't let federal immigration authorities inside district buildings unless they have a criminal warrant. Schools were also urged to have their student emergency contact forms up to date in case a student's parents are detained. New guidelines come after the Trump administration vowed to crack down on those living in the country illegally, especially those who have committed crimes. Drew Peterson is no longer in the custody of the Illinois Department of Corrections. Former Bolingbrook police officer was transferred from a Southern Illinois Correctional Center, the Menard Center near Chester, to a federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. Officials have not said why he was moved. Peterson is serving time for the death of his third wife and for trying to hire a hitman to kill the prosecutor who put him behind bars. Chicago sports, Jonathan Taves, 3 goals and 2 assists, leading the Blackhawks past the Minnesota Wild 5-3. Malcolm Hill, 18. As the Fighting Illini top Northwestern 66-50. Northern Illinois snaps a 4-game losing skid. Our Huskies with a win over the Chippewas of Central Michigan, 89-66. Warren Jones, 22, and Wisconsin Green Bay's win over UIC. Quarterback Jake Cutler is apparently on the market ESPN reporting the Bears are actively seeking a trade partner for the signal caller. The news this hour is a service of Connect Better. When you connect better, everything comes together. Join the more than 3 million people who use GoToMeeting every month to connect with their team. Try it free at gotomeeting.com. Our time is 5:05. We'll have a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
It's 5:07. Let's get an update on the roads. We do that in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center this morning with Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. You mentioned that fog. It is dense. Visibilities are reduced throughout the Chicago area. The flight boards at O'Hare show a few delays, not too many, most of them affecting arriving flights. Almost no delays at Midway right now. The expressways and tollways look good. There is now access from the inbound Stevenson to northbound Lakeshore Drive after some overnight work. Stone Park, southbound Manheim is closed at Lake Street due to a crash. Northbound 2 lanes are blocked on Manheim. Elsewhere, things are fairly quiet. You have construction delays on the Indiana Toll Road in both directions through Porter and LaPorte counties. You'll have traffic in Rosemont today. The Wolves have an 11 a.m. start against Cleveland at Allstate Arena. There's a Game of Thrones concert at the United Center tonight. Traffic service, Hum by Verizon. Kids borrowing the car? Now with Hum by Verizon, you can get notifications if they're driving too fast or going places they shouldn't. Find out how to make your car smarter, safer, and more connected with Hum by Verizon. Visit hum.com today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A dense fog advisory in effect for this morning. Otherwise, it will be warm with sunshine and patchy clouds. High 67. For tonight, turning out to be partly cloudy with a low 45. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 54 degrees at O'Hare, 55 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering. Get top-tier catering for a budget-friendly price. Plan your party now at tastycatering.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, and we're coming to you live from Charles Power Equipment in Des Plaines, part of our AM 560, Signature Bank business tour.
If that comes up again, can we vote on it? Hey-o! Just let it out. Give it a good rev up your engine.
You're disgusting, and
Oh, you're just catching on.
And you
Really.
also have, I mean, it really just the lines from the 7th grade playground that persist to this day. I would expect it from Peyton and Eli. I expect a
Well,
little
I
bit
learned.
more.
You know who I learned it from? Jim Johnson. Remember Jim Johnson over there at WLS Radio?
I do
One of the
remember
best in the business.
Yeah.
Besides Mike Scott's number one, Jim Johnson's number two. But Jim Johnson always, whenever somebody had phlegm, we call it phlegm, in their throat, he would always say, "If that comes up again, we'll vote on it."
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Dun-dun-dun.
So not only is it a bad line, it's a stolen line.
Exactly.
I'm a little groggy because I was binge watching Gomorrah.
Oh, see, here you go. All right, what's it about?
Gomorrah, Italian mob in Naples.
Shh.
What, are they here? It's a fictional series. Yes, and they're in Naples, Italy.
Oh,
yeah.
far, far away.
Yeah.
All right, so
don't
what
worry
season,
about them.
What season are you
There's
on?
just one season.
Okay, and you're just still going. Did you do the whole entire season?
Yeah,
last
I mean,
night?
it's like an insight. It's like it's the mob in Naples, but it might as well be like a meeting of the Cook County Democrat Party. So it's kind of it's language and scheming that I'm familiar with. It's just in a different context. So it's very good. It's very well done. Italian subtitles too. So I'm brushing up on my Italian.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Grazie. That was
There you
pretty
go.
good.
Thus
Hey,
concludes your knowledge of
thank
the
you.
Italian language.
But they do, speaking of Italians, Charles Power Equipment, they have an 80-gallon jug of homemade wine in their kitchen. So if you want to get your drink on, which I know you like to on these remotes, tap that
or
thing.
in general.
Or
Yeah.
But it's, every year I guess the owner, Bob, and his friend Charles, hence Charles Power Equipment, make homemade wine, and then they bring it to work and let it simmer, or whatever it is you do with wine, in the kitchen. And this huge, I'm going to tweet out a picture of it. I've never seen a bigger wine bottle in my life.
I've had the homemade wine before. It's a wide range. It normally turns out too sweet for me.
Yeah. Remember the listeners we went to lunch with, and they had homemade wine?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a little sweet.
Yeah, but that's the
But
nature
it was
of it.
very nice of them to make us wine.
I mean, I spent some time in Chicago Heights. A couple people down there. They do the not just the homemade wine. They also do like that.
Smash the grapes?
Well, no, that would be part of making homemade wine. They also make like bathtub gin, as it were.
Oh, okay.
Like one of these reality shows where the police are chasing people in the forests of Kentucky because they're making
Moonshine.
moonshine.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and that's that can be quite stiff.
Yeah, because it's not FDA regulated. You don't know really what you're getting when you get the moonshine.
I know what I'm getting. I'm going to get groggy quickly. So speaking of Italians, they're not on the list.
No.
For Trump's new immigration guidance that was unveiled yesterday. And Sean Spicer took to the podium
A little agitated still.
to answer
too.
questions.
He's just a little edgy.
He's got a little Melissa McCarthy in him.
What do you want?
And he explained what the priority is, which is not different than Trump has previously said, but because of the hysteria surrounding everything Trump does, mostly coming from the D.C. press corps, you have to be very specific with your language, and you have to answer their conspiracy theories, and you have to kind of rein them into the four corners of what's actually proposed rather than the road to authoritarianism that they're always suggesting Trump is on. Here's Sean Spicer describing the priority as so indicated in the guidance that was released yesterday.
This is consistent with everything the president has talked about, which is prioritizing the people who are here, who represent a threat to public safety or have a criminal record. And all this does is lay out the exact procedures to make sure that that subgroup of people who pose a threat to our nation because of a conviction or a violation of public safety or have a criminal record are adjudicated first and foremost. That's it, plain and simple.
So it's consistent with what has been said previously about focusing on convicted violent criminals, those who pose a threat to public safety, that were even allegedly a priority under the Obama administration, although not successfully dealt with really as a priority because we know of the numbers of released convicted criminals by ICE. We know of the number of murderers and persons who committed sexual assault released by ICE. And so it's kind of reestablishing the priority. But there's some subtext to that wasn't present during the Obama administration, you won't be surprised to learn. and that includes resources, even resources to deputize local law enforcement to assist in this process, heads up sanctuary cities.
Right, and that's the thing. So what does it mean for sanctuary cities? And I was racking my brain going over the internet trying to find out what it means for sanctuary cities. So if you get pulled over for a traffic stop, so you committed, you committed a violation, just a moving violation, will you be deported if you're in a sanctuary city? And the answer currently is still no.
Well, the answer is
no. But
no.
if you're outside of a sanctuary city, they can hold you and possibly deport you.
Well, here's Sean Spicer kind of restating this after there was some back and forth between he and members of the press, restating the priority, but also reminding people what the law is. So the idea that someone here is here illegally, that is illegal.
Right.
I know that's a tautology, but you're here illegally, that is
a crime.
An illegality.
Right, but I always say it's not a violent crime. It could be out of, you escaped your country from religious persecution. You are here because you want a better life for your family. And you didn't wait in line like most of the people did.
Yeah, but the problem with that categorization is about 5 billion people on the planet fit into it. So, so just Spicer restating the administration's perspective.
Remember, everybody who is here illegally is subject to removal at any time. That is consistent with every country, not just ours. If you're in this country in an illegal manner, that obviously that there's a provision that could ensure that you be removed. But the priority that the president has laid forward and the priority that ICE is putting forward through DHS's guidance is to make sure that the people who have committed a crime or pose a threat to our public safety are the priority of their efforts, first and foremost.
And he put that number at about 1 million people who've been adjudicated by ICE in some form or fashion already.
Okay. And there's going to be no mass roundups. We do know that. And that no more catch and release. So you're going to be held until you have a court hearing.
Right.
And then if you pay human smugglers to get your kids here, you'll face prosecution and you'll be deported after that, which is
those are right.
Those are already laws on the books, but now they're just going to be enforced. And people need to remember in 2014, remember President Obama said, we're going to take felons, not families, and deport them. But in 2015, 41% of the people Obama administration deported never committed a crime. 41%. I mean, somebody even called him, not somebody, but people would even call him deporter in chief because he deported so many people.
Yeah,
and it wasn't just people at the border turned away.
But that's a big percentage of them. That's why that statistic about him is skewed, is because of the way they
government records.
Well, right. So they can't be manipulated. It's all in how you categorize the metric, and when you suggest that people turned away at the border are people who were deported. No, that's not dealing with the indigenous illegal immigration population, right? So those are two different things. The Obama administration purposely blurred the lines, but to the point about mass deportations, mass roundups, with respect to DACA and DAPA, deferred action for childhood arrivals, deferred action for parent arrivals, so parents of legal, lawful permanent residents of this country. Spicer responded thusly.
The president's made clear when you have 12, 14, 15 million people in the country illegally, that there has to be a system of priority. And right now, ICE's priority is going to make sure that we focus first and foremost on that. He's specifically in the guidance that talks about the DACA and DAPA, unless someone who fits under that program fits into the subcategory, is not subject to what is being dealt with now.
Right. So that's again, it's a distinction based on prioritization. Now, Obama had a 3-tiered priority system as well for deportation, but the tenor of it, and certainly the real-world implementation of it, is completely different. Andy McCarthy writes in National Review Online, who's written often and persuasively on the topic. He writes, in a fundamental shift from Obama, the Trump position is that simply being an illegal alien is unlawful and serious. Thus, any indication of outlaw behavior is sufficient to warrant deportation. And that is different than the Obama administration's posture, which was really to focus on people that would be focused on by intelligence and law enforcement agencies, regardless of their immigration status, because they posed a serious security or public safety threat. And then as you move down into his second and third rung of priorities, there basically was kind of a wink and a nod and look the other way and get back to the first priority. Let's go to Bob in Plainfield. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good.
Good. I've been a police officer for 23 years, and I can't say who I work for, but they definitely will not turn anybody over to ISIS like they should. Or, I'm sorry, not ISIS.
ICE, yeah.
Which, I totally disagree with, and plenty of my fellow officers disagree with. I mean, there's just way too many criminals out there that are from other countries. There's enough criminals here. We don't need criminals from other countries, too. I think the problem with Trump is that he's just not very clear with who he says that he's going to deport and for the criminal activity. I mean, there's plenty. I mean, I'm Polish, German, and Italian. There's plenty of Polish people that are here too that are here illegally, and I don't know whether or not they send them back either when they commit crimes, which they should. I mean, anybody that's here that doesn't belong here that commits a crime should automatically be sent back, not just because they're here illegally, which I understand they're here illegally, but that's not the worst part of it. The worst part of it, you're going to come here and be illegal, at least keep your head down and don't cause more problems than you should. I mean, if you're here illegally, you should be as incognito as you can be. Make your money, do what you're here for, support your family. Those are the things you're supposed to do.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Bob. Appreciate it. Appreciate the perspective.
But do you see how some people are on edge? I mean, can you imagine if your parents brought you here as a kid and you're not scared that you're going to be deported, but you're scared that your parents are going to be deported and that your family's going to be separated?
Yeah, the DACA issue is a legitimate issue, but as I wrote in my commentary this week, the left has created this problem. It's leftist xenophobia, the irrational fear of distinguishing between predators and peaceful persons who come here for that better life or for that better life for their children. Because you don't make distinctions, as was not made during the day without immigrants. You don't make distinctions between people who follow the law to emigrate to this country and those who did not. You don't make distinctions between violent criminals and DACA, childhood arrivals. You don't make distinctions with respect to any of the categorizations, people who come here to build a better life for themselves and are independent and self-sufficient, people who game the welfare state. So their irrational fear of making important distinctions about people who add value to this country and people who come to this country and take and hurt other people leads to this chaos that we have. I think this guidance that Trump provided yesterday, I think Bob from Plainfield's right. It needs to be memorialized, whether an executive order or subsequently additional legislation, such that there's clarity. But I think we're on the road to clarity.
And you know what's happening? Now they're flooding to Canada. In 1 month alone, 452 people who are here illegally in America fled north into Canada. Near a tiny town in Quebec. They're carrying their strollers. I mean, you have to see this video. It is just amazing. Everything that they own, they're taking with them into Canada.
See how they like buying their milk in bags. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Charles Power Equipment in Des Plaines, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I love milk and bags. That sounds like a bar, because my friend just opened a bar called Spilled Milk. So I'll tell him his sidebar should be milk and bags.
So it's so weird.
I know.
And also the state-run alcohol stores.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that's right. Weird. Okay. Forecast for today, it's unseasonably weird warm, that's for sure. Another record-setting day, another warm front coming through in wintertime. A high between 68 to 72 degrees today. And then tomorrow, kind of back to reality, we'll have some rain and a high of 49 degrees. Now let's go into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Stone Park, the intersection of Lake Street and Manheim. Still closures of Manheim. Southbound, it's blocked entirely due to a crash. Northbound, 2 lanes are blocked on Manheim. The Edens, Kennedy, Eisenhower, and Stevenson still look good. The inbound Ryan's getting a little traffic coming into downtown. The ramp to the outbound Eisenhower is really backed up because of some overnight road work. It's cleared now. It's about 17 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound, there's road work 87th for the split, the 2 left lanes. Bishop Ford, a 2-minute delay, 80-94 to the Rhine. Illinois tollways are good. Indiana Toll Road has what will become the norm, construction delays in Porter and LaPorte counties. The eastbound delays shut around Ripley. There are a few flight delays at O'Hare, mainly affecting arrivals with that fog. Well, safe time and following distance. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
There's bound to be a good reason when a local startup company becomes an industry leader in only 5 years. Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting achieved this success by offering highly skilled professional services at highly competitive prices. Business owners, project managers, field supervisors, and procurement managers from many of Chicagoland's top companies depend on Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting. They specialize in industrial, heavy highway, and commercial projects requiring concrete cutting, cord drilling, as well as wall, slab, chain, wire, and ring sawing. Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting will complete your project on time and on budget. Demolition and sealing services such as silicone and hot tar are also available. For an estimate or questions about your project needs, call Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting, the cutting edge in concrete cutting today at 773-282-2CUT. That's 773-282-2288. Or visit ChicagoCutConcreteCutting.com.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group, located in Elgin and serving all of Chicagoland.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-400-0542.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto, your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited-time offer, only available by calling 1-800-400-0542. That's 1-800-400-0542.
Last winter was pretty much a piece of cake, but this winter, we're told, is gonna be a doozy.
Well, the Farmer's Almanac forewarns that bitterly cold, if not downright frigid, numbing cold weather will be predominating over these parts this winter.
Not looking good. But you can be ready. Smart businesses rely on Air Comfort to keep them and their customers warm this expected frigid winter. Air Comfort is one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with dedicated factory-trained technicians that take a scientific approach to analyzing your system. They have comprehensive year-round preventative maintenance programs and emergency service, plus design, build, and install equipment for new construction and retrofits of existing mechanical systems. Now is a great time to call Air Comfort and schedule an analysis of your company's mechanical system by their certified award-winning engineering team. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
They're here, circling over your head, and they're tracking you down. You feel overwhelmed, like you can't escape. You need a solution to get your back taxes filed, to put your life back on track. You need someone who can keep the vultures at bay and work directly with the IRS to leverage every opportunity to settle your tax debt. Mary Karpowitz, CEO of Comprehensive Tax Solutions, is licensed to represent you before the IRS. Don't let the IRS threaten you. You should never need to speak to them directly. Mary does that for you. Comprehensive Tax Solutions will help you settle your entire IRS tax debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Comprehensive Tax Solutions, family owned in Chicagoland, can be a lifesaver for you. Call 708-478-6770, 708-478-6770, or go to resolveyourtaxproblems.com. Call 708-478-6770 now.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer. Whoa. Let's try that again. Coming up
Quick
on
trigger.
Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, we're at Charles Equipment and Power Systems. Charles Equipment Power Systems. I want to make sure I got the company name
Charles
right.
Equipment and Energy Systems.
And it's not, and I still don't. Charles Equipment and Energy Systems. Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Displays, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. Also now add Charles Equipment Energy Systems and Winery, because I'm having some of the homemade wine here, and it's actually quite good.
It smells really good.
It's very nice. Coming up, Trump says there are problems in Sweden, and voila, there are problems in Sweden at 5:38.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 52 degrees, heavy, dense fog this morning, and reports that a suicide bomber who attacked an Army base in Iraq this week was held for quite a while at the Guantanamo Bay military prison. British citizen Ronald Fiddler was released from Guantanamo in 2004 after lobbying by former British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Fiddler was later awarded £1 million after claiming British agents took part in mistreating him. He was identified as a suicide bomber who attacked coalition forces outside Mosul this week. The Trump administration looking to broaden the scope of its crackdown on illegal immigration. Millions living in the U.S. without legal status could be targeted, including those arrested for traffic violation or those simply suspected of committing a crime. White House spokesman Sean Spicer.
The message from this White House and from the DHS is that those people who are in this country and pose a threat to our public safety or have committed a crime will be the first to go, and we will be aggressively making sure that that occurs.
In other news we're following this morning, a Northern California forecast looks to give a break to those who've been beaten down by the persistent rainfall. Communities downstream from a reservoir that's gushing water for the first time in 20 years are bracing for flash flooding. An unmanned Russian cargo ship has lifted off on a supply mission to the International Space Station. This morning, Malaysian police are looking for more suspects after last week's suspected assassination of North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un's half-brother. China putting the finishing touches on 24 structures on artificial islands in the South China Sea. Two U.S. officials telling Reuters the now nearly completed structures do look like they're designed to house long-range surface-to-air missiles. Railroad company CSX eliminating 1,000 management-level positions. Company made the announcement late yesterday in Jacksonville, Florida. Drew Peterson is no longer in the custody of the Illinois Department of Corrections. The former Bolingbrook police sergeant was transferred yesterday from a downstate correctional center to a federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. Jonathan Taves with a hat trick. Blackhawks over the Minnesota Wild 5-3. The news service of Connect Better. When you connect better, everything comes together. Join the more than 3 million people who use GoToMeeting every month to connect with their team. Try it free at GoToMeeting.com. 5:34, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes this is just the beginning of the bashing from the left.
They're in a full-fledged attack. It is nonstop, and it's going to get way worse before it gets better. Are you ready for it, or are you afraid people are going to start throwing in the towel? They're going to try to beat him and beat his agenda by wearing us down. We're going to be subjected to this crap day in and day out.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Galaxy's free sale. Free installation, free design, and free financing.
773-783-8300. Call Galaxy.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down, my blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
5:35. Let's get an update on the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. With that fog in DuPage County, the visibility is you're down around a quarter mile. Even less than that in Joliet. Allow safe time and following distance. To crash in Stone Park. It's been there over an hour, which has southbound Manheim closed at Lake Street. Northbound 2 lanes are blocked on Manheim. West side of Chicago, Kedzie remains closed between Chicago Avenue and Grand Avenue after a water main break, which happened yesterday. Edens, Kennedy, Eisenhower, fine. Inbound Stevenson, slow State to Lakeshore Drive, just a 1 or 2 minute delay. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown, outbound 5 at 15. I-57, 16 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford, 19. Traffic is the service of Liberty Mutual. From weather to traffic and everything in between. You have enough things to worry about every day. Insurance shouldn't be one of them. You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. After the dense fog peels off this morning, we'll be left with sunny skies, breezy conditions, and a high near 67. Currently 53 at O'Hare, 55 along the lakefront. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, good morning. We're coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Is that when I stopped clapping?
Great enthusiasm. Yes.
And now they've made us this wonderful breakfast, no preservatives, eggs fresh from a farm, cheese that they got from their friend in Ohio, and some pork.
They got a guy in Ohio.
That's what he told me. But not when's the last time you had a breakfast that had no preservatives in it?
I've never had it.
So you're starting to feel healthier as you ingest this food?
The homemade wine helps.
Oh, yeah. The homemade wine. They have an 80, in case you're just joining us, an 80-gallon jug of homemade wine.
This should be
in the kitchen.
The Charles Equipment Energy Systems Winery breakfast joint. I think they should expand into other areas. They've got some unearthed talent wandering around the office. So very good. So we're talking about Trump's guidance on immigration, and yesterday, as we're concluding the show, unrest erupts in northern Stockholm, an immigrant-heavy neighborhood. So Trump says there are problems in Stockholm, or problems in Sweden generally, and lo and behold, voila, there are problems in Sweden. I mean,
well, you think about,
it's eerie,
it's
actually.
A country of 9 million people, and they've allowed 100,000 plus to seek asylum, and they're making these no-go neighborhoods. Why do I get it wrong every time? Yeah, no-go neighborhoods, which they enforce Sharia law, and Swedish police officers try to go in. And Swedish police officers are not armed. They do not carry weapons. But
That's
now
cute.
they are starting to because of these no-go zones. And they're afraid. Swedes are very afraid that they're going to take over Stockholm.
Well, Rich Lowry writes in the New York Post about this. Sweden welcomed more than 160,000 asylum seekers in 2015.
nearly 40,000 in October alone. For a country of fewer than 10 million, that's about 2% of the population in a single year. That flow, just to give you some context, that flow doubled the number of asylum seekers at the height of the Balkans crisis in 1992, and they essentially found that they were running out of capacity to absorb newcomers and ensure assimilation. And so yesterday, there was unrest in the Stockholm suburb of Rinkeby. I think I'm pronouncing that correct.
Rinkeby.
After, okay, well, not with the accent.
Excuse me.
This was after police made an arrest on a couple of nights earlier. So this was a protest in reaction to that arrest. So the issue of assimilating populations of immigrants is like a real issue, and it is something that we know has beset Europe, and that includes Sweden to a certain extent.
And people are afraid that is what's going to happen here. Really, I mean, if you look at Sweden, there's one suburb called Malmö, and they were taking people out of a hospital and handing it over to the immigrants. I mean, they said, there's another hospital we can take you to, but is that fair? People have spent their whole lives in Sweden and worked for either the government or in the private sector job and paid heavy taxes. They are very heavily taxed in Sweden, only to be kicked out in their elder years when they were in assisted living. One place was also an assisted living, and they took them out and put immigrants in.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just a whole different world for some people.
Tyler Cohen writes in Marginal Revolution, his blog. He's the George Mason economist. We had him on the show yesterday to talk about his new book, Complacent Class. Tyler Cohen, no apologist for the Trump administration. In fact, he opposes, in large measure, what Trump has proposed with respect to immigration. But he also writes this, just looking at the data, the impact, specifically to Sweden. He said, it remains correct that an American city such as Orlando typically will have more murders than all of Sweden in 1 year, but it is also important to process the distinction between objective and subjective metrics of disorder, spoken like an economist. It says Sweden is relatively orderly in part because the public and psychological reactions to acts of disorder are relatively severe and traumatic. But it's quite possible that Swedish norms are being threatened by the level of disorder currently in the country, even if to an outsider it might seem comparatively tidy and secure, right, because of the perspective they have from their country. He goes on to say, look, there's reasonable evidence that immigrants to Sweden are a major reason for the decline in the average quality of Swedish schooling. He says, look, I would not say that Trump's remarks have been correct, and for sure they have been irresponsible on the diplomatic front. This is Tyler Cohen continuing. Still, the overall presentation of his critics arguably has been further yet from the reality, and that's part of the reason why Trump finds such an audience. So he may have misstated the data on this topic,
he did.
as he has on other topics. But again, he is directionally correct, and when you compare the argument he's making to the argument that his critics are making, both the unhinged left and the D.C. press corps, and I repeat myself, that you keep coming back to this place where you may not like what Trump is saying, but he turns out to be more. He turns out to be closer to describing the reality on the ground than are his detractors.
Right. But just as leader of the free world, he needs to not be so loosey-goosey with the facts. You can't get up there, especially when people have loved ones in Sweden, and say there was a terror attack.
Well, he didn't say that.
Well, he said there was.
He said, look what's going on.
Look what's going on in Sweden. Look what's going on. What went on last night in Sweden. And so everybody thought, wait, there was a terrorist attack, and is everybody okay? And
we come back to the same point about precision with language and specific examples, and the more specific you are to underscore a larger point, the better it's going to be for you, the more persuasive you're going to be. You should have command of the facts as President of the United States, but in general, fact-based arguments are preferred. But the Tyler Cohen distillation on Sweden also highlights this dynamic that's going on. Now, one of the things, just because we were talking about immigration, in terms of the culture change that Trump is driving with respect to immigration policy in this country. Yesterday, Homeland Security Secretary General Kelly issued an immigration memo shifting the U.S. government's efforts and resources away from defending illegal aliens to helping their victims.
Oh.
The memo, and this is again consistent with what Trump said he would do. I mean, there was a British MP who said yesterday, Trump is going to be the first president or first politician in history who's vilified for keeping his promises, doing what he said he was going to do. I mean, there's a lot of truth to that. The memo that Kelly issued creates the Victims of Immigration Crime Engagement Office, the VOICE office, which will act as a liaison between ICE and known victims of crimes committed by removable aliens. And this is a sea change from the Obama administration, where DHS resources were actually deployed to aid the persons here illegally from being deported. We talked about this before, but I mean, almost like a public defender's office for persons here illegally, even though as a non-citizen, you're not in. There are due process rights depending on the exact circumstances, but the Obama administration went above and beyond anything that could reasonably be construed as just abiding the due process rights of people on American soil. So just an important distinction in addition to the conversation in terms of the change that is occurring, culture change that is occurring under the Trump administration.
Today, Rex Tillerson and Rexon and General Kelly, they're heading to Mexico to meet with the President Nieto. So we'll see how this new immigration plan, if it rubs him the wrong way, or it really, I mean, he probably doesn't have a say in it anyway, but they'll try and be diplomatic.
One other aspect of immigration policy is Gitmo, and I mean, it's a national security, it's an aspect of national security policy, but it's kind of all under this umbrella. And of course, President Obama is emptying out of Gitmo. A story yesterday, Jamal al-Harith, who was a former Gitmo detainee, a British citizen, was behind a bombing attack in Mosul. Suicide attack near Mosul, for which the Islamic State has claimed credit, was carried out by a British former Gitmo detainee who was paid £1 million in compensation by the British government after his release. His real name, Ronald Fidler, a Muslim convert, Jamal al-Harith, identified by his family as the man ISIS claims carried out the attack on coalition forces on Monday. His brother told the local press in Britain that his brother had wasted his life, but they did identify him. So just in terms of, again, the policy of not just catch and release at the border, even more disturbingly, the policy of releasing known enemy combatants, known agents of radical Islamic terrorists, and we have right now an offensive in Mosul where U.S. forces are backing Iraqi forces to retake that city from ISIS, an important strategic city. And you have a concrete example of what happens when you use tenderness as the basis for national security policy rather than national security as the basis for national security. Go to Cassandra on the north side. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. I got to say that I'm just fine with somebody who has created a public nuisance like a DUI getting sent home. I'm just fine with anybody who is registered to vote who is a non-citizen. I hope they're checking that with everybody they pick up getting sent home. This is one of the reasons why I'm a bigger supporter of the Electoral College than I used to be, because we've talked about it before. We don't know how many people they have. They don't ask for any documents when you register to vote at Motor Voter. And as far as public safety, besides national security, I don't. Our ancestors, my grandmother, grandfather, my college roommates, grandma and grandpa, her dad, those people did not break any laws, and they contributed. They didn't take. When I invite somebody into my home, I invite them into my home. They don't get to push their way in and then object that I don't want them there.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for the call, Cassandra. Appreciate it. Text from 773 regarding Sweden. Maybe Sweden should try midnight basketball. We can send them Father Flager.
I like that idea just because of the second half of it. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems and Winery as of this morning in Des Plaines, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. On AM 560, The Answer.
Speaking of basketball, congratulations to the Blaine Blue Jays 5th and 6th grade girls team with a big win over
Congratulations, Coach. Is that what you're
No,
fishing for?
No,
Yeah, okay.
it was the girls, not the coaching. It's the talent on the court. Today, you are going to have another beautiful day of warm weather in winter. A high between 68 to 72 degrees. We do have some dense fog, but that will lift, and then it'll become breezy, mostly sunny. Tomorrow, reality slowly creeps back into our lives. It's going to be cooler with clouds and occasional rain in the afternoon, a high of 49 degrees. Let's get into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Is the fog affecting the travel times? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. It is. Good morning, Dan. It's reducing visibilities anyway, down to a quarter mile or less in parts of the Chicago area. There's a closure on the west side of Kedzie from Chicago Avenue and Grand Ave. That's due to a water main break, which happened yesterday. As far as the fog goes, no real issues in the Edens, but again, allow some safe following distance because you can't see as far as usual. Kennedy still delay-free. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to 25th, about a 2-minute delay. Inbound Stevenson, 39 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound fine at 34. Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 16 minutes, I-80 to the Murray, Bishop 420. Tollways are okay. There are very few flight delays. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, check this out. Once again, MyPillow sweetened the deal. In addition to Mike Lindell's 4-pack special with 40% off 2 premium MyPillows plus those 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, you also get free shipping. In fact, you'll get free shipping off any order over $100. So remember, Mike Lindell invented MyPillow for everybody with pillow-related sleep issues. You can move the patented fill to fit your exact support where you need it most, regardless of sleep position. You'll get into deep sleep faster and stay there longer. No waking up to a stiff neck or headache. They're made in the US of A and have a 10-year warranty, and it's washable, dryable with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Again, for a limited time, you'll receive Mike Lindell's 4-pack special off plus 40% off and that free shipping. So call 1-800-489-0201. Use the promo code Amy to receive this unreal deal. Again, if you've been putting off purchasing a MyPillow, it's time to finally start getting a great night's sleep. I know I do. Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use the promo code Amy.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Mark Weingart, President and CEO of Star Creations, Inc., the fastest growing supplier of wall decor products in the U.S. When it comes to banking, I don't want to be a small fish in a big pond. That's why I bank at Signature Bank Chicago. At Signature Bank, every customer is important. I know I can pick up the phone and talk to any one of the decision makers I know and trust at Signature Bank. At Signature Bank, they understand and respond to the unique needs of my business with flexibility and fairness. I'm proud to bank with Signature Bank because I know they're deeply invested in the success of Star Creations.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
There's bound to be a good reason when a local startup company becomes an industry leader in only 5 years. Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting achieved this success by offering highly skilled professional services at highly competitive prices. Business owners, project managers, field supervisors, and procurement managers from many of Chicagoland's top companies depend on Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting. They specialize in industrial, heavy highway, and commercial projects requiring concrete cutting, core drilling, as well as wall, slab, chain, wire, and ring sawing. Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting will complete your project on time and on budget. Demolition and sealing services such as silicone and hot tar are also available. For an estimate or questions about your project needs, call Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting, the cutting edge in concrete cutting today at 773-282-2CUT. That's 773-282-2288. Or visit ChicagoCutConcreteCutting.com.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President Lending at Pearl Mortgage and Reverse Mortgage Specialist. Reverse mortgages are outstanding for eliminating mortgage payments and providing borrowers with tax-free income. The Consumer Finance Protection Bureau recently fined AAG $400,000 for deceptive reverse mortgage ads. When choosing a reverse mortgage lender, you can either call into a call center promoted by highly paid, unlicensed actors like Tom Selleck, Pat Boone, and Henry Winkler, who have never originated a reverse mortgage, or you could call me, a licensed reverse mortgage expert who's actually originated reverse mortgages. The biggest difference between me, Tom, Pat, and Henry is they get paid to read teleprompters making reverse mortgage commercials, and I get compensated after your reverse mortgage closes. If you'd like information about reverse mortgages from a local reverse mortgage expert, give me a call at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358 and MLS 19186. These materials are not from HUD or FHA and were not approved by HUD or a government agency.
Spring is in the air. The days are getting longer and the sun is shining brighter. Wouldn't it be nice to have new, customized window treatments to give your home a fresh look? The Blind Buddy can help you accomplish that without breaking the bank. Forget overpriced big box stores or pushy fly-by-night franchises. The Blind Buddy is an independently owned business serving Chicagoland for over 20 years by one of Chicago's first responders. They offer quality window treatments at affordable prices. Shutters, wood blinds, solar shades. Choose from a wide variety to fit your home or business, plus your style and budget. John, the Blind Buddy, will come to you and personally handle measurement to installation. The whole process can usually be done in 2 to 3 weeks. Read the Blind Buddy reviews on Yelp, then give John a call to set up a free in-home consultation. The Blind Buddy's got Chicago covered. Visit theblindbuddy.com or call 773-893-0-BUD. That's 773-893-0-BUD.
Dr. Timothy Goodwin here. If you want a flatter belly and haven't tried my new belly flattening breakthrough, SomaBiotics, yet, then I'm looking for you. Over 300,000 people are already loving their belly flattening results with SomaBiotics. But I want everyone to be able to try it. That's why I'm giving away free trials right now to everyone who calls in the next 10 minutes. As a doctor, I know many big bellies are actually just bloated bellies. That's why I helped create SomaBiotics, to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. Made right here in the U.S. with natural ingredients. If your belly flattening results are too dramatic, reduce use to every other day.
For your free trial, call in the next 10 minutes for details. 1-800-600-2811. Hurry, join the hundreds of thousands flattening their bellies while Dr. Goodwin is still giving trials away for free. 1-800-600-2811. Limit 1 per household. 1-800-600-2811. 1-800-600-2811.
At 5:57, let's get an update on the roads this early morning in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy is heavy now between the River Road Toll and Canfield. It's 21 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound fine at 20. Eden, still delay-free. The Eisenhower, 32 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 29. Stevenson, 39 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound clear. The Ryan, 24 minutes, 95th to downtown. The ramp to the app on Eisenhower is really jammed after some road work and then a stall. Bishop Ford, 23 minutes, 80-94 to the merge. The Indiana Toll Road has road work delays in Porter and LaPorte counties. Traffic service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast, if you swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to LifeLock.com now. Use promo code RISK to save 10%. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues after a full Fox News update. First, your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Dense morning fog, otherwise sun and patchy clouds today, high 67. Partly cloudy night, low 45. Occasional afternoon rain tomorrow with a high 49. And occasional rain and a thunderstorm at night, low 42, with temperatures rising into the lower 50s. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
53 at O'Hare. The news, a service of Connect Better. When you connect better, everything comes together. Join the more than 3 million people who use GoToMeeting every month. Connect with their team. Try free at GoToMeeting.com. At 5:59, here are the stories we're following on AM 560, The Answer. Another day of record-breaking warmth, but there is some snow on the way for the weekend. Watch out for the dense fog advisory in effect until 9 a.m. today. Drew Peterson is no longer in the custody of the Illinois Department of Corrections. Former Bolingbrook police officer transferred yesterday from downstate Menard Prison to a federal correctional center in Terre Haute, Indiana. Firefighters in southwest Illinois battling a huge wildfire. It's burned for more than a week just north of St. Louis. Blackhawks over the Wild last night, 5-3. Jonathan Taves with the hat trick. A dense fog advisory is up for Chicago. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The White House says it's not a mass deportation, but immigrants and their advocates are worried about the new Homeland Security guidelines.
Folks can be deported without having to see an immigration judge. Then you get buses going down to the border, and folks are going to be deported much faster.
Polo Morales with the Coalition for Humane Immigrants' Rights in L.A. Fox Radio's Rachel Sutherland is live in Washington.
Lisa, children brought here by their parents will be protected, but everyone else here illegally is subject to immigration proceedings under the new guidelines. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer says criminals will be the first to go.
Prioritizing the people who are here who represent a threat to public safety or have a criminal record.
The government will hire thousands of new immigration officers, and local law enforcement officials will be authorized to act as immigration officers. The guidelines also call for money to be allocated to build a southern border wall. Lisa?
Rachel, immigration and the president's travel restrictions coming up at contentious constituent events around the country for Republican members of Congress.
I am a person from a Muslim country, and I am a Muslim. Who's going to save me here?
A refugee confronting Senator Chuck Grassley in Iowa, while in Virginia,
I'm not for universal health care. That's not what I'm for.
Congressman Scott Taylor getting booed over plans to repeal Obamacare. One group that backed President Obama's campaigns is posting online advice about where to sit to make the opposition seem bigger than it is at those kinds of town hall events.
There's also a tip if you want to ask a question with this, quote, look as neutral as possible at the town hall. And there's a reminder to upload any unrest. It says this, remember, take video and pictures or the event didn't happen.
Fox's Peter Ducey. President Trump says the protests are being planned by liberal activists. There's late word of a possible attack of some kind at a vocational school in Germany. An alarm has sounded. Emergency crews heading there, but nothing found yet. Fair and balanced.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a clean, smooth shave from a quality blade. The sort of shave that cuts clean without the burn. So why are you messing around with generic razors that cost $32 for an 8-pack when you can shave with Harry's high-quality German-engineered blades for half the price? And because Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, they'll send you their most popular set, complete with a razor, one of their world-famous blades, shaving cream, and post-shave balm for free if you cover shipping. A total value of $20 at no cost to you, with code 1165 at checkout. Their way of saying thank you for trying them. How is Harry's able to save you all this money and still give you the best shave you'll ever enjoy? By owning the factory that manufactures the blades. That's how. Go to harrys.com now and enter code 1165 at checkout to claim your free trial set and post-shave balm. That's harrys.com. Code 1165.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Empowered Investing, the show dedicated to investors. Heard Saturdays at noon right here on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And we've already been treated to breakfast, to homemade wine.
Some orange juice with some special sauce inside.
And it's just after 6 o'clock. I mean, this is another fun employer that we've happened upon.
And they're also big game hunters, because you can see over my shoulder there is a big black bear that one of the owners was he's a hunter, and he took it down and then had a taxidermist stuff it, and now he's wearing a Cubs jersey and a Cubs hat and a World Series ticket on around its neck.
The bear bears a striking resemblance to Anthony Rizzo.
I think he's wearing Rizzo's jersey.
It's eerie, yeah. So yesterday, Amy, Milo Yiannopoulos, we talked about the story yesterday, broke over the weekend. Interviews unearthed with Milo. He is the tech editor, or was, of Breitbart. He is the gay provocateur. We've had him on the show.
Several times we've had him on, yeah.
Very colorful, very pointed in his attacks against the left.
But I always wondered if it was an act. I mean, there's some theater to politics, I know, but I think when he went on his college tour and he entered the room, we know, with being carried by 4 men on a throne, I mean, there was some theater to it, you have to admit.
Well, sure, of course. I mean, he's he's a provocateur, so he's a bit of a performer. And frankly, this is part of his personality. And part of his personality got him in trouble, the way he tackles an issue as sensitive as sexual assault of children, he being the victim of sexual assault as a child, so he said. But here's the interview, a portion of it, one of the interviews that was unearthed over the weekend that got him in trouble, led to Simon Schuster canceling his book deal, $250,000 book deal, led to the offer for him to keynote the Conservative Political Action Conference this weekend. That was rescinded. And ultimately led yesterday to him resigning from Breitbart, as individuals at Breitbart were threatening other staff at Breitbart.
Yeah, they weren't going to come to work.
Well, they were threatening to resign if he was not terminated. Here's the interview, a portion of it that you get to give you the sense of it.
Well, this is the clean part of it that we can play.
Right. So this is what culminated yesterday, and we'll get to the presser in a second. But here's Milo talking about pedophilia, basically.
This arbitrary and oppressive idea of consent, which totally destroys, the understanding that many of us have of the complexities and subtleties and complicated nature of many relationships. People are messy and complex, and actually, in a homosexual world particularly, some of those relationships between younger boys and older men, the sort of coming-of-age relationships, the relationships in which those older men help those young boys to discover who they are and give them security and safety and provide them with love and a reliable and sort of a rock where they can't speak to their parents.
So
is that the reporter going, ew?
It's trying to interrupt and push back. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So there's Milo with the witticisms and the sharp quips and the gallows humor, and he talked a little bit about that. But that's the exchange there. Those statements he made there, those didn't sound like he was being a provocateur or trying to be comedic about something that's so serious, just to take the edge off of it. It sounded like advocacy. And so he sort of, something Milo doesn't normally do, he sort of walked that back in yesterday, beginning with the announcement that he was leaving Breitbart and why.
My employer, Breitbart News, has stood by me while others caved. They've allowed me to carry conservative and libertarian ideas to communities that would otherwise never have had them. They have been a significant factor in my success, and I'm grateful for the freedom and for the friendships that I forged there. But I would be wrong to allow my poor choice of words to detract from my colleague's important job, which is why today I'm resigning from Breitbart effective immediately. This decision is mine alone. When your friends have done right by you, it's only right to do right by them. And for me, that means stepping aside so my colleagues at Breitbart can get back to the great work they do.
So that was his resignation, and then he started to address the substance of the remarks that led to the controversy that cost him his job, his book deal, his keynote.
Everything.
Yeah, his keynote speech at
CPAC. Noticed he still had his security guards, though, on the way out. But, I mean, that comment that he made, I mean, it earned nation on social. So he had to resign. I don't think from Breitbart.
Perhaps, and I thought that he was other regarding and thinking about his need to resign shows some maturity that Milo's often accused of not having. He's a very smart guy.
Yeah,
make no mistake about it.
And I'm glad he didn't have white hair. He wasn't in costume. I mean, he looked like himself yesterday.
And widespread, condemnation is real easy. And perhaps that widespread condemnation misses some of the complications of Milo. And I want to get to that. But here's Milo addressing the comments that he's made that put him on the dais yesterday.
The remarks I made on podcasts and interviews more than a year ago were about my personal life experiences, but I didn't make that clear. I will not apologize for dealing with my life experiences in the way that I choose to, which is through humor and provocation. No one can tell me or anyone else who has lived through these experiences how they should best deal with those emotions. But I am sorry to other abuse victims who may have interpreted what I said as flippant or uncaring if my own personal way of dealing with what happened to me has hurt you. I will never stop making jokes about taboo subjects.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Do you accept Milo's apology? Do you think that his statements at the press conference yesterday, including his decision to resign from Breitbart, provide him a path back to doing what he was doing somewhat effectively, which is highlighting the hypocrisy of the left and provoking a lot of ignorant responses in so doing, particularly on college campuses.
Well, and we also should mention that he did say that he has utter disgust for adults who sexually abuse minors. But what I wanted him to do, and I think he did, was to own his own story. Why did he become the man that he is today? Why did he say, talk about how young men are shepherded into homosexuality, because by older men? What was his story?
And he addressed that in part.
I'm a gay man and a child abuse victim. Between the ages of 13 and 16, 2 men touched me in ways they should not have. One of those men was a priest. My relationship with my abusers is complicated by the fact that at the time, I didn't perceive what was happening as abusive. But I can look back now and see that it was. I still don't view myself as a victim, but clearly I am one.
Yeah, and
that's why there's an age of consent. Because these kids, when they're 14 or 15, they just feel love and they feel wanted and they don't know any better, but that's why we have laws in place.
Yes, that's right. That is right. But Milo's point, too, about I choose to deal with what happened to me, how I choose to deal with, and that may not be the way that every sexual abuse victim chooses to deal with it, but it's my way to deal with it, and I'll deal with it my way.
And it's through humor.
He's in his 30s now. He's fully cognizant of what happened and making choices in how to deal with it.
Do you feel bad for him? Do you feel sorry for him? Because I loved his candor yesterday. I loved, that he told his story, that he explained himself why he said what he said a few years ago. Because I'm starting to feel, I hope there's some redemption for him and some public forgiveness for him.
Well, there's always redemption, and the clarification on his comments is helpful to him and helpful to the topic, so that it's clear, as you said, that he is in no way defending pedophilia, even though he kind of romanticized it in that interview, the clip that we played. But here's him making the definitive statement you just.
But for those statements I did make where I misspoke, I'm here today to apologize. My experiences as a victim led me to believe that I could say almost anything on this subject, no matter how outrageous. But I understand that my usual blend of sassy, gay British sarcasm, provocation, and gallows humor might have come across as flippancy. A lack of care for other victims, or even worse, as seems to have been the case in reports, advocacy. I'm horrified by that impression. I would like to restate my disgust at adults who sexually abuse minors.
Yeah. So that was a fairly clear statement. By the way, I mean, I do, generally speaking, I enjoy a lot of his sassy, gay British humor, as he describes it. I have over, the last couple of years as he's risen to prominence. But
see, I don't like it. To me, it rubbed me the wrong way, and I know some Republicans who are horrified that, why is he a Republican? What's going on with the Republican Party? First, there's Donald Trump. Now you have Milo.
Well, I'm not in the business of excommunicating people from the Republican Party. I just would disagree with some of their choices, whether it's policy or personal choices, depending on the person and the choice. But here's the thing. I also, even though I find him, a bit of a guilty pleasure, if you will, his provocations, I don't necessarily see him as the standard bearer for the free speech movement on the college campus or in general. I don't see him as the standard bearer.
Well, he's a part of our American history now. I mean, think what happened at Berkeley, where free speech began, free speech ended, because they busted down walls to try and attack him physically.
Right, but
to stop him from speaking.
Yes, but somebody who runs up on stage and throws a pie in Ann Coulter's face, as happened to her on a college campus, that doesn't make her the figurehead for this free speech movement on campus either. And I also, importantly, don't see him as the figurehead or the titular leader of the religious liberty movement. So he, to me, is not what stands between us and the denigration of the First Amendment. The people that should be perhaps more well-known and more elevated, but are not because they're understated, are like the Barronelle Stutzmans of the world, the wedding cake maker and photographer, and other people who are being torn asunder by the state because they won't comply with the left-wing big government orthodoxy of the day. Those, to me, are better representations of the fight than is Milo. It doesn't mean he doesn't have a place, and doesn't mean he can't say whatever he wants. It doesn't mean he doesn't serve a purpose to some extent. But the idea that everything rises or falls with Milo's fate on these topics, no.
I'm just sad that he's been banned from Twitter for life.
Well, I am too.
I mean that's a travesty within itself.
It
because
really is.
Remember we were at the RNC when that happened, and there was fights going on, and he went back to talk to one of the head honchos at Twitter,
Jack Dorsey.
Yeah, it was great. But there's reports this morning that he's got a job at Fusion. You familiar with Fusion?
Yeah. Another news magazine outlet.
Maybe he could use their Twitter handle and start
right.
tweeting again. Shh, don't tell him.
Without using his name. Although the way Milo tweets, you're going to know it's Milo. Frank in St. Charles, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. Good show. Yeah, Amy, I think I'm with you on this. I think it's really funny how people like Milo or Trump or a lot of other politicians, they do or say something really stupid, and then they lie about it and claim, I was taken out of context, that isn't what I meant. But, I mean, come on. They're not fooling too many people.
All right. Thanks for the call, Frank.
Milo did mention yesterday that some of the tapes were edited.
Yeah.
So, but still, he fessed up to what happened and explained himself, I thought.
Yeah, that may I watched the entire interview that he did with Joe Rogan, which we can't play because every other word is a profanity, and it was vulgar. But that was an interview where I can see what he's saying about being comedic about this topic, and that's the way he deals with it. Even though the way he dealt with it comedically was disgusting, but the bite that we played.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't have the ring of comedy to me. That's the problem. Holly and Hudson, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Make no mistake about it, Milo is extremely talented, and he is actually a gift to the GOP, and here's what I mean. If you interviewed Chadwick Moore, who came out as a conservative, and I think largely based on being around Milo and listening to what Milo had to say, and I work at a high school, and I can tell you that conservative kids on a high school campus have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The liberal professors, they are backed into a corner with the professors, their teachers, their fellow students as being awful. And I could even, and Milo comes up every day when I go to work. He was changing minds. He was being provocative enough for kids to come out as conservatives, not so much supporting him, but he was hip enough. It was no longer, he was making conservatism hipper among a younger generation that really doesn't have a voice.
Yeah, perhaps. Thanks for the call. Well, that's why I say that it's not that he doesn't have a role to play or that he wasn't effective on the margins or maybe even beyond the margins, but that's not the same thing as saying that the conservative movement, or frankly even its appeal to millennials and younger generations, rises or falls with Milo. I think we make a mistake when we kind of put the future, our future, the future of a movement on the shoulders of one individual, any individual. Now, the other thing about a text from 224, didn't Lena Dunham molest her sister and her actions were heroic or accepted in the eyes of America? In the eyes of America, were they accepted? No. In the eyes of Hollywood left circles, perhaps. But I don't like moral relativist arguments. Because Lena Dunham did something grotesque and it was accepted in circles that are otherwise disreputable, that means we should turn a blind eye or ear to what Milo said. No. You see, we hold ourselves to a higher standard. That's the point of being in part, the point of being a conservative, isn't it? That we don't play the game of situational ethics. We can, at the same time, castigate Lena Dunham and those who would rationalize her conduct and her description of her conduct, and also do the same with Milo when it came to at least that bite that we played of one of the interviews in question. So don't give me this moral rationalization by providing another bad example on the left and saying, well, because they provide a bad example, it's okay for one of ours to provide a bad example. What kind of logic is that? Eric on the west side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning, Dan and Amy.
Morning.
Yeah, I was just calling to comment about the whole Milo situation. It's not the first time he goes and makes some type of comments with the whole pedophilia thing. He was also in an interview with Joe Rogan. And liberals are just having a field day with this thing. He went on his show and talked about some of his sexual experiences with whatever priest was touching him, and he went ahead and said he also knew other people that were doing the same thing to other children and teenagers, but refused to give up any type of names. So I mean, to me, it's not something that he feels bad about, or he feels he should be accountable for. And I mean, to me, it's just disgusting. As a conservative, I look at this, and that's not where I think our movement should be.
Yeah, that's right.
Focused on.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Eric. That's right. By the way, to Holly's point about Chadwick Moore's conversion story, he's the gay journalist that we did interview on the show.
Oh, yeah.
And his conversion story has perhaps somewhat to do with the fearlessness of people like Milo and the reaction to people like Milo, but it also has a lot to do, as he told us, with the reaction of his, what he thought were friends and colleagues, to some of what he wrote on the topic of the presidency. Their unhinged reactions to providing any quarter or any open-mindedness to people who disagree with them on any particular issue, Chadwick Moore found to be suffocating. That's why he converted ultimately and came out, as Holly was saying, as conservative. Jim in Tampa, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan and Amy, thanks for taking my call. One thing that I only saw in one place, and I haven't heard anywhere else, is Milo talking about what he means when he says the word boy. In British culture, it has a slightly different meaning, and I happen to be a soccer fan, watch a lot of English soccer on TV, and I've heard the announcers many times use that word. He's a lucky boy. This boy has a good future. And Milo was talking about that term meaning more of a young man than a child.
Yeah,
and
but
that was interesting.
Thanks for the call, Jim. But here's the problem: is that Milo was asked in one of the interviews, what age are we talking about, including the Rogan interview? What age are we talking about? Are we talking about 14? He kept saying like teenager, and then Rogan pressed him. He's like, what do you mean teenager? Like 14? He's like, yeah, around there, 14.
Oh, I did not know.
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a problem.
Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Jim. Appreciate it. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, fog greets you when you walk out the door, but we'll have some breezy conditions, sunny skies by this afternoon, and a high between 68 to 72 degrees. And then tomorrow, reality sets in. It's going to be cooler with considerable cloudiness, occasional rain in the afternoon, and a high of 49 degrees. Let's get those travel times and jump into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. The Edens inbound is heavy Cicero to the junction. 20 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. Kennedy, 24 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. The Eisenhower, 38 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 30. Stevenson already 50 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. It's 40 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound delay free. The Ryan, 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishopford, 18 minutes, 80-94 to the Ryan. The Illinois tollways are good. The Indiana Toll Road has construction delays in Porter and the Fort counties. That fog is dense, especially in the southwest. It'll allow plenty of following distance. And on the west side of Chicago, Kedzie is still blocked in the Humboldt Park area between Chicago Avenue and Grand Avenue after yesterday's water main break. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. The website, upstream-ideas.com, premium content that complements what we do on this show. Comment my 60-second commentaries, 2-minute warnings, dollars and cents, how your tax dollars are being spent, how your money is being spent. Podcast of our Illinois Rising program, which focuses on state of Illinois policy and politics. Long-form interviews with opinion leaders and policymakers. Archived interviews with people like Milo Yiannopoulos. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Hey, are you thinking about the IRS right now? Man, if the IRS is coming after you, your problem, your IRS problem is there day and night. You need help to fight the IRS. I recommend you call my very good friend, Attorney Stephen Leahy of Open Tax Resolutions. Hey, he's got a special offer going on right now. If you're not certain about your position with the IRS, he will pull your personal IRS transcripts and find out exactly where you stand for free. Find out where you stand. If you owe back taxes, if you have unfiled returns. Hey, if you're afraid of the IRS, call my friend Steve Leahy now. 312-664-6649. Steve's the host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard every Sunday at 5 right here on AM 560. He's also a really good friend of mine, and I don't know of anybody better in dealing with the IRS. Call him now. Steve Leahy, 312-664-6649. That's 312-664-6649.
The C.H. Hansen Company stands proud as a great American hand tool manufacturer. Founder C.H. Hansen was a Chicago native, and the company remains family-owned and operated for over a century and a half. C.H. Hansen wishes to thank their employees for their service and customers for their business. C.H. Hansen offers over 2,000 products, stock and custom order in 8 product categories, including steel stamps, stencils, metal tags, barricade and flagging tapes, plus Palmgren, makers of work-holding vices and metalworking machinery. Although business, products, customers, and the industry have changed, the leadership of C.H. Hansen continues to attribute success on the founding principles of faith and quality tools. The mission of C.H. Hansen is to glorify God by the way that they serve their customers, treat employees, and help community. This is accomplished by providing valued products, exemplary customer service, and operation excellence. Visit chhansen.com or palmgren.com for more information.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Amy, former United States Attorney General Eric Holder has a new client at Uber.
Yeah, he's going to be investigating some allegations of sexual harassment that's been going on at Uber. You know, Uber, left-leaning company, started by Rahm Emanuel's brother. David Plouffe works there.
Original investor. Yeah, David Plouffe, who just got fined $90,000 for illegally lobbying on behalf of Uber. So, again, the Obama administration ethics just want to... David Plouffe, for those of you not scoring at home. Former Obama campaign manager.
Right. And remember Brooke Anderson? She ran Pat Quinn's campaign, she's a spokesperson. Yeah, now she's a spokesperson for Uber. Well, apparently this woman, 25 years old. Whoa. How do I turn that off? And on the first day at work, her boss informed her that he's into open relationships and he's having a hard time finding sexual partners. Because that's what you do, on your first day on the job.
Just trying to make conversation.
Yeah, trying to warm up to her.
Yeah.
And she went to HR and they didn't do anything about it. They said, well, this is his first offense. Well, it turns out it wasn't his first offense. He hit on all the ladies at the office. So now Eric Holder's involved and he's going to get to the bottom of this.
Well, he's going to arm the sexual harassers because that works so well with Mexican drug cartels and Fast and Furious. He's going to see if that resolves the issue. Here's the thing. There's also a survey in Fast Company about Silicon Valley. And, Uber's kind of that kind. 60% of women who work in Silicon Valley report having experienced unwanted sexual advances. Mm-hmm. Now, that's a little gooey because you're.
Oh, really?
Well,
Why, I hate the word gooey and moist. Why do you got to say gooey?
Because you don't like it. Yeah. I'm harassing you with gooey. But the reason is because you've got all these dweebs in Silicon Valley who, don't know how to interact with women. And
right, because they're computer geeks.
And so the women don't want to go out with them except unless they've got, really nice options. And so I don't want to go out with this dweeb Zuckerberg, and so I say no, and he creeped me out. So then I say that was unwanted sexual advance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not the case.
These nerds at Silicon Valley. Look, the women who work in Silicon Valley. I mean, if these guys get out of line, they just whip their ass. I mean, they're dinks.
Well, Uber used to employ 25% women. Now,
and that includes Ari Emanuel.
Yes, and now they're down to 9% women are employed by Uber. Because the women don't want to work there. Because everybody's a little touchy-feely.
Well,
Come on.
And who would want to work with David Plouffe and these other, male impersonators? What kind of environment is that? Dan and Amy coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Are you stuck in a bad home mortgage? Well, join the club that has about 10 million other American families. But I may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've been helping distressed homeowners like you for over 8 years now. Give us a call. We provide free consultations. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest legal analysis, counsel, recommendations, and advice regarding your options.
We are experts in doing loan modifications successfully. We know the regs. We understand the process. Most importantly, we don't take no for an answer. We fight. We are prepared, and we win. We save houses. We make houses affordable. So if you want to keep your house affordable, contact us.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, I guarantee you'll never be alone in this country.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, why it was really Drew Peterson transferred from Illinois state custody to federal custody. We'll have exclusive details.
Yeah, as one tweeter, Sean Healy, I think it was, pointed out, Illinois is so bad, even Drew Peterson is leaving. Also coming up, a black barbershop owner and a white cop get together and forge an alliance to increase the peace. A good story when it comes to racial interaction and public safety at 6:36.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, the Trump administration has unveiled sweeping changes in immigration enforcement policies. Any immigrant in the U.S. illegally and charged or convicted with any offense or suspected of a crime may be considered an enforcement priority. That according to memos signed by Homeland Security Secretary John Kelly. White House spokesman Sean Spicer says one of the memos will help those who are victims of crimes by illegal immigrants.
This office will facilitate the engagement with victims and their families to ensure that their questions and concerns regarding immigration enforcement efforts are addressed.
More Border Patrol agents will be hired. Some immigration judges will be placed close to high-traffic border areas. An unmanned Russian cargo supply ship is en route to the International Space Station after lifting off safely today from Kazakhstan. The Army Corps of Engineers plans to close a Dakota Access Pipeline protest camp. It's been around for more than 6 months. Chicago experiencing another record-breaking day of warmth and dense fog. Could be snow on the way for Saturday. Drew Peterson is no longer in custody of the Illinois Department of Corrections. Former Bolingbrook police officer was transferred from Menard Correctional Center in southern Illinois to a federal prison in southern Indiana. And a 17-year-old boy in critical condition shot in the head on Chicago's northwest side. Police say the victim was outside in the 4900 block of North Milwaukee when someone got out of a silver minivan, and police say opened fire. The teen ran, then collapsed nearby. No one is in custody. Jonathan Toews had 3 goals and 2 assists to lead the Blackhawks past the Minnesota Wild 5-3. Fighting Illini winners over Northwestern in Big Ten basketball 66-50. The news service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast If you swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to LifeLock.com now. Use promo code RISK to save 10%. 6:34, we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager is sympathetic to teachers.
Most teachers care about their students. They also care about their incomes. They're really between a rock and a hard place, most teachers. If the issue is what is good for children, the teachers' unions are despicable. If the issue is what's good for my income, the teachers' unions are angels. That's really what a teacher has to confront. If you know only one thing about life, know that whatever the left touches, it wrecks.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee.
Hello, everyone, and here we go again with Karen Lewis and the Chicago Teachers Union demanding more money from the Chicagoland taxpayers. Well, I say enough is enough. The teachers get paid from the property taxes that homeowners pay every year. If the Teachers Union gets more money, that means your property taxes are going to go higher. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent representative for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other health insurance carriers. For months now, I have been telling you about purchasing health savings account PPO plans that will cost you approximately 40% less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the Teachers Union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
If you've never been to a coin show, here's your chance to find out what collectors and investors have known for years. It's fun, full of history, and it can be a great investment. Make plans to attend the Greater Chicago Coin, Currency, and Collectible Show. It's one of the largest in the nation, and it's free. The show is at the Tinley Park Convention Center, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, February 23rd through 25th. Admission and parking is free. Just bring your photo ID. Hundreds of dealers, the best coin dealers from all over the country. See displays valued at millions of dollars, U.S. and world paper money, gold and silver bullion, and a lot more. Friday at 5, Fox Valley Coins will hold a rare coin auction. This is a show for the whole family, collectors, investors, or if you just want to find out more about coins, currency, and collectibles. This show is a can't miss. The Greater Chicago Coin, Currency, and Collectible Show. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, February 23rd through the 25th at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Admission and parking is free with your photo ID. Get more information at chicagocoinshow.com. That's chicagocoinshow.com.
6:38. Let's check the roads. Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Eden's delays start around Niles Center Road. 25 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 20. The Kennedy, 38 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 25. The Eisenhower's 50 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. 37 from Manheim, outbound 32 to Thorndale. Stevenson already 58 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis. From the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Adams Tollway slow approaching the Kennedy. Traffic is a service of Staples. Are you trying to acquire new customers for your business? Staples Print and Marketing Services helps you promote your business with low prices on presentations, signs, pens, mugs, and more. Right now, you can get 15% off custom signs and banners. Ends 3/24. See an associate for details. Staples, make more happen. traffic answers when you need them most. On Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny after the dense fog lifts off this morning. Breezy this afternoon with a high near 67. Currently 53. Next news coming up at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems and Winery, because they've got homemade wine here. We're coming to you in Des Plaines, part of the AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And Amy, particularly coming off this discussion we've had intermittently and did extensively yesterday about this race day seminar at New Trier High School. A bunch of white leftists having a socialist indoctrination day that seeks to tell minorities what it's like to be a minority, leading with tenderness.
And you went to the board meeting on Monday night.
I sure did.
What were they doing having a board meeting on President's Day?
George Washington.
Un-American.
So here's the thing about this. So are there models that you actually should discuss that could be scaled? It's not just decrying the nonsense from the left, the racism from the left. We have facilitators that indoctrinate teachers to indoctrinate students about white is bad and obsess about white privilege, and also denigrate minorities in so doing. We talked about these Pacific Education Group consultants that some of our suburban high school districts use, and SEED is another organization. These consultants, the problem with white teachers is they don't know how to talk to students of color, because white students deal on the intellectual level and respond to task-oriented commands. But with people of color, it's process-oriented and emotional. Oh, really? So I'm saying you're saying that people of color can't deal on an intellectual level. Is that right? So you tell me again who's promoting racism and the soft bigotry of low expectations. Give me a break. It's obscene. So let's try and find positive models, particularly as it relates to violence in urban centers like, say, Chicago, and this back and forth between police and Black Lives Matter and police, white, black, Latino, because Asian, that's police. They represent the great diversity of America, just as any other profession does, and most other professions do. So is there a productive example that we could highlight and suggest, well, here's somebody that's doing it right. Maybe this is a model to be followed. Well, I found one, and it's the story in Charlotte, North Carolina, of a black barbershop owner, his name Sean Corbett, and a Charlotte police captain named Ron Dance, white. A conversation between the two of them, and I think, frankly, Sean Corbett, the black barbershop owner, deserves most of the credit because it was prompted after the Michael Brown murder. He's saying as a parent, he was trying to figure out how to more constructively engage police and figure out a way where there can be collaboration rather than always confrontation, rhetorical or otherwise, increase understanding of each other. And so this conversation that happened between Sean Corbett and Captain Ron Dance led to a bit of an alliance, which led to enhanced understanding. And let's tell their story. This is their story in their own words.
Of how they met or how they formed an alliance?
How this went down, starting from the first day that Ron Dance showed up to Sean Corbett's barbershop, and the music stopped when he walked in the door.
Let's back up a little bit. I think my perception of police officers was like everyone else coming into this. I didn't come in saying, I love the police. We all need to live together in harmony. He was different.
It's incredibly important, I think, to stop and put yourself in a position of somebody else, knowing that you'll never quite be able to sit in their seat. but to get yourself as close as you can.
He really cares. Like, I watched this man almost in tears talking about young African American males why they getting suspended from school.
It's very unfortunate that the police are pointed out, because when they do, I think that in some way it lets the other part of the nation that's not associated with the police off the hook until everyone dives in and realizes that they play a role in it. We're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, and so if you watch the video, which I've tweeted out at Dan Proft, if you watch it, then you see police interacting, more police officers coming to Sean Corbett's barbershop and interacting and having conversations.
Cool.
And so this just spurred more dialogue. And as you say, I think Ron Dance is right. The police officer, try and put yourself in somebody else's shoes, knowing you can never quite ever completely put yourself in somebody else's shoes, but at least you're trying to get their perspective on things and see, how you can be accommodating to their perspective while still doing your job and doing it safely. And so Ron Dance also suggested the kind of what has been and can be achieved when you open the lines of communication like these two gentlemen have.
Obviously now when I walk into the barbershop, everybody knows me, and no one even stops what they're doing. Ultimately, our goal is for that to be the case no matter who it is or where they go. It's going to be very difficult to achieve, but people can take small steps to do that.
Yeah, so
It's a great story.
Yeah, I mean, and so it's something that's simple. That we always kind of want the big idea that's going to wipe away all the problems overnight, the panacea. And, when it comes to these difficult, complicated questions of policy and human interaction, it's never simple. And it's never going to be, there's never going to be a panacea that addresses every possible contingency and every possible circumstance and every individual person. But you can say, well, here's a model at the granular level, at the individual level, that other people could adopt and advance. I'm going to actually work with some friends to try and do like a barbershop program in the Chicago metropolitan area, too, because I understand. I mean, I don't understand, but I just know from observance and talking to people that the barbershops in the African-American community and beauty
huge.
shops.
Yeah, that's your social circle.
Right.
That's your everything.
It's a community. I mean, it's like the church and the barbershop, beauty shop in terms of community institutions. I guess that's the popularity of the barbershop movies in part.
Oh, love those. Have you seen all of them?
No.
Barbershop 12? It's my favorite.
Barbershop 12?
Barbershop 12.
Is that Cedric the Entertainer versus Jason?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that
yeah,
one versus
that one.
Predator? But
those are well-constructed films. I love barbershop films.
Well,
so.
but the community institutions
Right.
is the important thing. I'm glad you're a Cedric the Entertainer fan, but and you can go hang out with Common. But I'm talking about this as like
See, you did see the movie.
I just know of this because I'm culturally in touch.
Yes.
But I mean the idea it's really interesting because it's probably counterintuitive to a lot of people, particularly because I go to my stylist.
That's right. Jenny, right? What's her name?
Jennifer's Hair Studio.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And isn't it sick? I know
Jennifer's
people also.
Jennifer's Hair Studio and Spa.
Oh, okay. And that's where you get your manicures.
That's where I get.
I know a lot of people who see
up.
Jennifer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But so the point is, but
Right.
I don't look at this. I'm not hanging out at Jennifer's Hair Studio and shooting the breeze with people. It's not a community institution for me, but it is for other people. And so you find people where they are and where they're comfortable, and you try and interact with them when there are bridges to be traversed. That's what is happening with these two individuals in Charlotte. And
Does Jennifer know that you're about to cheat on her and go to a barbershop?
I'm not getting my hair did, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right.
I won't.
You just get a shave at the barbershop? They'll
I
give you a
don't know.
nice close shave.
Yeah.
Just be careful with that.
Oh, with the
You
straight
cheat on your
razor?
stylist. Ooh, well, you better watch your back.
Yeah, you don't want stylists running around with straight razors and a bad attitude. Gary in Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, thanks a lot for all your topics. It's great contributions. And you're so right about this barbershop situation. It really applies to everything. When people were in small communities, people knew each other. There was more understanding and more support and all that. But my first thing I called on was about the schools. I came out of the schools, and the reason things get so radical all over these administrations is because, of course, they're liberal at the universities, and then these guys that can only retire at making maybe $15,000 or $20,000 a month as a superintendent, they like going back and working at the universities. So they just go along with any of the liberal policies that they come up with, which are really hurting the schools. But again, it's part of it, they're not small communities anymore. When you had small school districts and people were connected, you didn't have the diversion from what the normal social norms are. But I'll listen. Thanks a lot for what you're doing.
Thanks a lot, Gary. Appreciate it. Text from 630. Michael Brown was not a murder. His death was self-defense. I didn't say Michael Brown was murdered. I said the death of Michael Brown is what sparked Sean Corbett, the barbershop owner, to consider how to interact with police. The death of. I agree that Michael Brown's death was not a murder. Carla in Morton Grove, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, I just wanted to comment on the new tour thing. I think when the parents were turned down that this thing wasn't canceled, that the parents then should have demanded that safe rooms put in that school for these children. And if they're sitting there and don't like what's there here, they go to a safe room where they can play with Play-Doh and whatever. That's what they should have demanded.
Construction paper.
I like that piece of jujitsu. Thanks, Carla. Appreciate it. Ed in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I just listened to your barbershop story, and you know what? It's absolutely great, but the biggest obstacle to peaceful race relations in this country, and I mean all races, is going to be the media. They love nothing more than racial discord. You mentioned Michael Brown. That whole thing was created by the media. It was a matter of an aggressive black guy getting shot by a policeman doing the job, but yet they painted the policeman being the bad guy. You look what happened in Baltimore, same situation. So it's the media that's destroying, and when Trump says the enemy of the country, they are the enemy of this country. You talk to a working black person or even a working Muslim person, you know what? They want nothing but peace, but they don't have a voice. The only ones that have voices are those idiots that you see with their stupid signs out there destroying property. Have a nice day.
Thanks for the call. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems and Displays, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Taxi drivers snarling traffic in Rome. They're protesting Uber. Restaurant Brands confirms it's buying Popeye's chicken, and layoffs at Toys R Us. Those stories next.
2017 is the year of Trump, and markets are rising to all-time highs. But economic uncertainty may be greater than after any election in our lifetime. And as retirement approaches, there's little time to recover losses. You need to hedge against uncertainty. That means transferring part of your retirement to physical gold and silver, stored where you can actually hold it in your hands and get it past in any disaster. It's the perfect time to buy. Prices are low and expected to climb. Make Augusta Precious Metals your personal gold and silver provider. Augusta cares for your financial position and helps you make good decisions. And they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Get Augusta's free gold and silver IRA guide. What you learn could help you weather any economic storm. No obligation. Just call 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993. Trust Augusta. Protect your retirement today.
Traffic in Rome crippled by a week-long taxi driver strike. They're protesting legislation which they say favors ride-sharing services such as Uber. Rome's mayor supports the taxi drivers. They could disrupt Milan's important fashion week as well, beginning today. Restaurant Brands International, the company that already owns Burger King and Tim Hortons Donuts, has confirmed it will buy the Popeye's Louisiana Chicken restaurant, paying $1.8 billion, adding those locations to 20,000 it already operates around the world. Toys R Us laying off 15% of its corporate staff, the national toy store chain cutting jobs as commerce continues to move from storefronts to online. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, less than 1 month. That's all the time left for you to book your trip to join us in Joe Walsh in Punta Cana this spring. So stop procrastinating and book that trip today. We'll be staying at the beautiful Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa in Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. Brand new resort, all the bells and whistles, well, finely detailed rooms, soft bedding, what's not to love? Adults only. There's 5 gourmet restaurants, 7 bars, sparkling pools, and it's on the beach. So whether you want to stay or want to sit by the pool and enjoy a cold drink with Dan and smoke a cigar, or hit the beach and enjoy a little beach volleyball, there's something for everyone. So get more information and book your trip by visiting 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. That's 560theanswer.com/passport. But hurry, time is running out to secure this exclusive price from our good friends over there at Apple Vacations.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-936-5348. That's 1-800-936-5348. Call 1-800-936-5348.
Hey, your company's IT partner should be more than just a place you call when you're having computer problems. Today, IT is beyond just hardware and software. IT is about relationships between technology and the people who work with it, and that's where Turnkey IT is different. They're an IT company and a people company. They help people use IT better. You know, people need help from computers and servers to cloud-based systems. Cybersecurity is very important, and advanced phone systems. And people also need help finding out what's out there and how to implement exactly what they need, all with the support of the best team ever. People remember the good experiences they receive when working with Turnkey IT. And even Charles Equipment Energy Systems, where we are located right now, they are a customer of Turnkey IT. So shouldn't your business receive the same white glove treatment? See what other AM 560 listeners already know about Turnkey IT. Local, reputable, compassionate, experienced. It's easy. Visit turnkey.pro today. That's turnkey.pro.
Daily stress is a big deal. Fact is, the terrible impact of stress is very deadly and shortens our lives. Stressed individuals attract diseases, just like blood in the water attracts sharks. Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. I'm the show host of Health Quest Radio, the longest-running health news and science show in Chicago. And for over 33 years, we share practical concepts from a natural healthcare perspective to minimize the need for all those dangerous drugs and risky surgeries. Today, it's our dirt cheap adrenal stress index test. No blood, just spit. You know, most people flunk on their first go-around signaling adrenal gland distress. And then following our stress-busting strategies, most individuals pass their second test with flying colors. So if you can spare a little spit, call and purchase your first dirt cheap adrenal stress index test, and we'll hold that same special low price for your follow-up test. Call 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. 800-794-1855. And be sure to tune into Health Quest Radio this Saturday morning at 11.
Hi, I'm Dennis Black, inventor of Texas Superfood. So my new ad gal calls me and she says,
"We need a new commercial about Texas Superfood."
Why? They've heard our commercials for years.
Well, do they know that for over a decade, Texas Superfood is the #1 selling whole food supplement, and that it has 55 nutrient-rich vine-ripened fruits and vegetables in a convenient capsule or powder?
Yes, I'm sure they know that.
Do they know that Texas Superfood is recommended by pharmacists, doctors, and nurses?
Yes.
Do they know that thousands of people every month feel better, sleep better, and have more energy from taking Texas Superfood?
Yes, I'm sure they know that by now.
Well, do they know that Texas Superfood has lots of other cool products like Texas Chill Pill, Brain Gain, Hip, Knee, and Joint, and they have free shipping on all orders?
They do now.
To order, go to TexasSuperfood.com or call us at 877-55-TEXAS. That's 877-55-TEXAS. It's TexasSuperfood.com and the number 877-55-TEXAS.
Hey, Craig and Leslie here from In the Know. Leslie, people have spring fever. Consumer confidence is up, and that means spending. We want folks to enjoy what they've worked so hard for, but don't forget...
Craig, are you trying to tell me something? I know. Retirement's right around the corner.
Listen, a new season is time for regrowth and building on what you already have. You don't need to do it alone if you have Wealth Management Group at your side.
Spring into action and make Wealth Management Group your go-to partner. And listen to In the Know Sunday mornings at 10, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Hi, Hugh Hewitt here for ReliefFactor.com. I tell you every single day, and I'm telling you now, ReliefFactor.com has worked for thousands of people. I take it every morning, as does the fetching Mrs. Hewitt. Try ReliefFactor.com. Order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. It's amazing what it has done for thousands. Watch their testimonials. Put down the over-the-counter. Pick up the blue and green bag. Go today to ReliefFactor.com. The quick start's only $19.95. ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com.
Here are the stories we're watching right now on AM 560, The Answer. Principals in Chicago told not to allow immigration agents in schools. And a juvenile charged in a suburban Chicago middle school beating. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Fear in immigrant communities about what President Trump might do turns to questions about the new policies.
Folks that are just coming in very confused and trying to make sense of it all.
Paula Morales with an immigrant rights group in L.A. expects lawsuits, despite reassurances from the White House.
White House spokesman Sean Spicer cautions that the new enforcement actions against illegal immigrants are not intended to produce mass deportations.
Those people who are in this country and pose a threat to our public safety or have committed a crime will be the first to go, and we will be aggressively making sure that that occurs.
DHS officials say they won't target otherwise law-abiding undocumented immigrants and don't plan roundups of illegal immigrants.
Fox Radio's John Decker at the White House. With Congress on break, lawmakers are holding local meetings for constituents, and Republicans are getting an earful about the president's policies. Fox Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell took questions from angry constituents in Kentucky while protesters made their voices heard outside. One woman shouted at McConnell, asking what he's doing about sick coal miners, saying, if you can answer any of that, I'll sit down and shut up like Elizabeth Warren. McConnell kept his cool throughout the town hall.
Why are they protesting? They didn't like the results of the election.
There was outrage at other events across the nation. The president tweeted the so-called angry crowds in home districts of some Republicans are actually, in numerous cases, planned out by liberal activists. Sad. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. Northern California could get a break from downpours after hundreds of flood rescues around San Jose.
You know, we've had drought for many years, and to see this amount of water flowing at this record level is incredible.
And the flood concerns continue downstream, even in the break from heavy rain, as one reservoir overflows for the first time in 2 decades. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy 53, heavy, dense fog today, 702 on AM 560, The Answer. I'm Mike Scott. National Weather Service says temps will reach the low 70s today, breaking a record set back in 1922. That heavy, dense fog advisory will be in effect until 9 this morning. Drew Peterson no longer in the custody of the Illinois Department of Corrections. Former Bolingbrook police officer transferred yesterday from the Menard Correctional Center to a federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. Officials have not yet said why he was moved. A 14-year-old student is facing felony aggravated battery charges in a beating at a South Elgin middle school that left a 12-year-old boy in a coma. The teen appeared in court yesterday with his parents, and he was placed on electronic home monitoring. A 17-year-old is in critical condition, shot in the head on Chicago's northwest side. Police say the victim was outside yesterday in the 4900 block of North Milwaukee when someone got out of a minivan and opened fire. Chicago public schools are taking steps, they say, to protect immigrant students and families. Now, CPS officials are telling their principals they should not let in federal law enforcement authorities into district buildings unless they have a criminal warrant. Schools were also urged to have their student emergency contact forms up to date in case student parents are detained. Chicago aldermen are pushing back on Mayor Emanuel's plans to spend nearly $15 million in unspent property tax rebate money. City Council Budget Committee held off on a vote on the mayor's plan, in part because he wants to use that money for tree planting. As many as 18 aldermen say the money should actually be targeted at crime reduction efforts. Jonathan Taves, a hat trick and 2 helpers. Blackhawks over the front-running Minnesota Wild, 5-3. Big Ten basketball, Fighting Illini dropped Northwestern 66-50. The news, a service of Liberty Mutual. From weather to traffic to news and everything in between, you have enough things to worry about every day. Insurance should not be one of them. You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a clean, smooth shave from a quality blade. The sort of shave that cuts clean without the burn. So why are you messing around with generic razors that cost $32 for an 8-pack when you can shave with Harry's high-quality German-engineered blades for half the price? And because Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, they'll send you their most popular set, complete with a razor, one of their world-famous blades, shaving cream, and post-shave balm for free if you cover shipping. A total value of $20 at no cost to you, with code 1165 at checkout. Their way of saying thank you for trying them. How is Harry's able to save you all this money and still give you the best shave you'll ever enjoy? By owning the factory that manufactures the blades. That's how. Go to harrys.com now and enter code 1165 at checkout to claim your free trial set and post-shave balm. That's harrys.com. Code 1165.
7:06. Let's get an update on the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And Stone Park, southbound Manheim, has been closed for a second time at Lake Street to investigate an early morning crash. Eden's inbound delay started at Pratt, 26 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, southbound 24. Inbound Kennedy, 41 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 18 from Montrose, 17 in the Express. Outbound 29 to O'Hare. The Eisenhower, 55 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 39 from Manheim. Outbound 35 to Thorndale. Northbound I-55 delay start at 1:26, and it's an hour from 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 35 minutes. The Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, heavy 111th to 87th. From 75th to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The other Illinois tollways are good, but the Indiana Toll Road has construction delays. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here is our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A dense fog advisory in effect for this morning. Otherwise, it will be warm with sunshine and patchy clouds. High 67. For tonight, turning out to be partly cloudy with a low 45. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, heavy, dense fog, 53 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
I would be wrong to allow my poor choice of words to detract from my colleague's important job, which is why today I'm resigning from Breitbart effective immediately.
Whether it's anti-Semitism or racism or anything you want to think about having to do with the divide, anti-Semitism is likewise. It's just terrible.
As a child, I was afraid that my parents would be deported and I would stay here, but now that I'm grown up, I'm afraid that
my whole family, including myself, will be deported.
This is consistent with everything the president has talked about, which is prioritizing the people who are here, who represent a threat to public safety or have a criminal record.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines, Illinois.
Staff got up early. Oh, sorry.
That's part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour, Amy.
Staff got up early to greet us this morning, make us eggs, this nice little souffle that we have, and they came out with some nice homemade wine for you.
Yeah, Mike from Streamwood, by way of Cicero, is quite the home winemaker as well as the chef.
They have 80-gallon jug of homemade wine in the kitchen.
As he's a raconteur. Oh, he's got big game stuffed all over the place. There's a black bear staring right at us that bears a striking resemblance to Anthony Rizzo wearing a Cubs jersey. As well. Oh, and then he's also in business providing energy systems.
Yes.
So he's got that going for him.
Much needed generators, and we'll talk to Bob Conway at 7:37 this morning.
I want to talk a little bit about media and Trump, and this is a bit of a twist on a discussion of media and Trump, because it centers around Mark Giangreco.
He's so dreamy.
Mark Giangreco, you'll recall, he's the one of those overpaid
Oh, no, he's not.
sports score readers.
No, he's actually passionate about hockey and about football. I love Mark Giangreco. We all grew up watching Mark Giangreco.
Thank you for reading his eHarmony profile to us, what his passions are. Appreciate that.
And he's a snazzy dresser, and he's fun, and he makes sports interesting. That's why I watch Channel 7.
Yeah, I know. Nothing like jazzing up those stale sports scores. I mean, look, he's not, I shouldn't say he's overpaid, because he's paid with the marketable bear. So if ABC 7 Chicago wants to pay him what they pay him, then, God bless him. Here's the thing, though. Mark Giangreco tweeted out, and remember our conversation the other day with Brian Curtis from The Ringer, TheRinger.com, about how sports writing has become a liberal-dominated profession? I think he was talking about tweets like this from Giangreco. After a Canadian newspaper sports writer tweeted a column, or tweeted a point, a note attacking Trump and Republicans. Mark Giangreco responded, Donald Trump, the columnist wrote, The columnist wrote, Donald Trump, a hateful, ignorant, corrupt simpleton supported by 87% of Republicans. Mark Giangreco replied to the tweet, so obvious, so disturbing, America exposed as a country full of simpletons who allowed this cartoon lunatic to be, quote-unquote, elected.
When was that tweet? Was that yesterday? Does he still have his job this evening? No, I'm changing my opinion on my little heart throb.
He's not Kurt Schilling, tweeting out his political views on ESPN, getting fired for that. No. That's a different story. He's tweeting out.
See, that's where the hypocrisy lies, right there. That Mark Giangreco has his job and Kurt Schilling doesn't. Did he apologize for the tweet, or here's better? Has he deleted the tweet yet?
Not that I'm aware of. So obvious, so disturbing. America exposed as a country full of simpletons who allowed this cartoon lunatic to be, quote-unquote, elected. I like the quote-unquote elected, too, because Giangreco, also a Hillary truther, believing Trump didn't win the election. Okay. Your response to Mark Giangreco, local popular sports reader for ABC 7 Chicago, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. We want to hear from you simpletons who allowed this cartoon lunatic to be elected.
Quote-unquote elected.
Quote-unquote elected, yes. Thank you for that clarification. That's right.
Oh, well, that's disturbing. I mean, I'm not in love with Donald Trump, but I support the office of the presidency, and it's comments like that still divides Americans.
Well,
it's trying to pit people against each other, and that's not. He's out of his lane. He's got to stay in his sports lane. Because remember back in 1999 when he made that comment about Walter Payton and said he looked like Gandhi? Remember?
No, I don't. I don't remember pronouncements from Mark Giangreco.
Yeah.
This is the first time he's bubbled up to the surface of my attention.
Oh, no, it was, I mean, he got a lot of pushback from it. He went on air and apologized, but because sometimes he just tries to be funny.
Yeah.
You know, like he's just trying to be hip and cool and with it. But in this case, we consider Mark's brother is a Democratic operative.
Oh, let's talk
in the
about
city of Chicago.
We'll get to Pete Giangreco. By the way, Mark Giangreco, the press corps that actually is supposed to cover policy and politics, misses the point. Holman Jenkins has a great piece in the Wall Street Journal about it today, Missing the Meaning of Trump, where he essentially says liberals, the left, desperately trying to pretend that Trump's rise is a message from Russia and not the American electorate. And that's a good way to put it. That this isn't the country I know. These aren't people that I know or care about or understand or want to contemplate. And so it's just dismissed as he's been installed by Putin and other unfounded, unhinged conspiracy theories, including those that Mark Giangreco seems to intimate are true. So here's the thing about Giangreco. He is a arbiter of the intellectual capacity of the electorate, because he said that we have a country full of simpletons who allowed this cartoon lunatic to be quote-unquote elected. But when it comes to participating in the process, turns out that Mark Giangreco didn't vote in the 2010, 2012, 2014, or 2016 elections.
Really?
Yeah, Chicago City Wire, one of my papers, did the digging that no one else will do. And that's what we find about Mark Giangreco, the pronouncer of who is a simpleton and who is not, and who allowed what to happen at the ballot box. He's a non-participant. And with respect to Pete Giangreco,
right.
Let me tell you something a little bit about that scumbag Pete Giangreco.
Oh, okay. That escalated quickly.
Well, you want to talk? You think this is apparently it runs in the family, but you think that Mark Giangreco is ignorant? You haven't heard. Most of you probably haven't, because why pay attention to him? But I've been on panel discussions with him and so forth, and been in the political arena and campaigns. Pete Giangreco has a nice trifecta of candidates he's helped. Gary Hart, John Edwards, Rod Blagojevich. There's your Pete Giangreco. And Pete Giangreco and I were on Beyond the Beltway once upon a time. This is either right before or right after the Tea Party led the Republican takeover of the House in 2010. And we're on Bruce Dumont's program. And Pete Giangreco, Mark's brother, compared members of the Tea Party, participants in these Tea Party rallies that were sweeping the nation at the time, to the Oklahoma City bombers.
Oh, Timothy McVeigh, yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So
American terrorists, yeah.
Right, because you want less spending and lower taxes, you necessarily want to blow up federal buildings. That is the quality of the intellect you get from apparently any member of the Giangreco family, it turns out. It's not just Pete, unless Pete somehow has brainwashed Mark. But I just find it interesting. You think, it's the D.C. press corps, and let's just focus on the New York Times and CNN and the networks at the national level, I should say, rather than also taking a look around at the local outlets that perhaps you patronize. ABC News locally has the highest ratings of any of the network affiliates in Chicago, and has for a long, long time.
And I think in part because of Mark Giangreco. I'm sorry, but people love, if you grow up watching somebody and they're entertaining and they're fun when they just talk about sports. But again, he got outside of his lane, and, I'm looking for this tweet. He deleted the tweet. It's gone, which he should have never have tweeted it in the first place. But now I know what he thinks of people on the right.
A little late for that, Mark. Sorry. John in Palatine, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan and Amy. How's it going?
Hey, John.
I was just thinking. I'm glad you let this out of the box, because it just pretty much confirmed what I've always thought of Mark Giangreco. But my opinion is that he thinks so highly of himself that, how could he possibly have any opinion on anyone else, let alone Trump? He just thinks he's it. So that's my comment.
Yes, he's too busy looking in the mirror longingly after himself. Thanks for the call, John. Appreciate that.
It's a full-time job. Longingly looking at yourself in the mirror, okay?
You don't have to tell me.
He keeps it high and tight. I like Mark Giangreco.
Like a good fastball. Joe in Oak Lawn, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. I laugh at these people, and it's a competitive world. There's small margins. I won't watch his show. I won't watch Channel 7 when they do dumb stuff like that. And, maybe they don't think that the things that they do affect them. So they're not going to see me marching downtown today because I'm on my way to work. But it's like, can't you keep your mouth shut? Like, the little almighty dollar is a vote every time. There's so many places I don't go to anymore. And, I don't affect that, but, tens of thousands of people like me or hundreds of thousands of people like me, they do. It's foolish, and it's something that he should be called to the carpet on by management. If I were them, I'd say, Mark, like you said, Dan, he's a glorified sports score reporter that wears funny ties. Like, I can get those anywhere else in the world. I don't need to listen to this guy, get it?
Thanks for the call, Joe. I mean, here's the thing. This is why Trump serves a useful purpose, even if you don't like him. He beats people out of the bushes. And now we get to see what people really think because they can't help themselves, particularly in a city like Chicago that is completely inside its own bubble, where the left is so dominant and the right so demoralized that they feel like they can act with impunity and without consequence. So that's why you get a Mark Giangreco piling on, because there's no consequence. This is our show. This is our city. This is our state. And it's a very coastal attitude that Chicago Democrat crime families have. And I guess they'll continue to have them as long as the revolt doesn't come to Illinois.
So do you think anything will happen to him? Hand slap anything over there at ABC?
No.
No.
Do you?
No, I don't think so. I think they just made him delete the tweet, and that's it, and probably said, nah, don't do that again. Focus on sports.
Sean from Elmwood Park.
Uh-oh, here's Sean.
I don't think people realize the scam these lowlifes have going on. You know how long this imbecile, this lipless lowlife has been a consultant to NPR? He's just the brother. He's been in with the dailies. He's with Axelrod. They're married through the school systems. Let's
Sean, you're
produce this
breaking up.
scumbag tax return.
Your Obama phone is running out of juice.
It's not running out
Sean,
of juice.
restate your Obama phone.
I'm coming back from the land of the free, Florida, baby. Now I got to tuck myself into Illinois, where these scumbags are getting paid by 15 different organizations that we all pay taxes to. And on top of it, they're shoving their moronic opinion down our throats. I'll tell you what, with the Giangrecos, you're old, you're lipless, and your tan is fake. Get off of my television set, dummy.
Okay. Thanks for the call, Sean. The response to Mark Giangreco, you'll see that on Twitter too, I'm sure. Here's an even more outrageous sports story. Amy, you ready for this?
Yes.
Bill Belichick.
Oh, is this about his wife? Real or fake? Are we playing that game?
No.
Because I'm going to go with fake.
Bill Belichick, that's a real woman that he's married to.
Yes. I understand, but there's some parts that might be augmented.
I understand. Bill Belichick has updated the name of his boat. His boat prior to
real or fake.
his boat had been named Six Rings. Now his boat has been updated to Seven Rings.
That is bad luck. You never change the name of your boat. Even when you buy a boat from somebody, you have to keep the boat name.
The only person who has more entertaining press conferences than Bill Belichick is Donald Trump. But I gotta say, naming your boat and then updating the name of your boat every time you win a championship is just a little bit insufferable, isn't it?
Do you think he has a bit of an ego?
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, the fog has lifted. We have gray skies right now, but some sunshine by this afternoon. It will be breezy and unseasonably warm. Enjoy it because or it's going to go away soon. A high between 68 to 72 degrees. Then tomorrow, cooler with considerable cloudiness, rain in the afternoon, a high of 49. Let's get into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. The inbound Kennedy is up to 46 minutes now from O'Hare to downtown. It's 22 from Montrose, 19 on the Express. Outbound 31 to the airport. Edens, 26 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24. The Eisenhower. 1 hour from Thorndale to downtown and 44 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 38 to Thorndale. Stevenson, hour and 7 minutes. 355 to the drive. 56 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound just 35 minutes to 355. Ryan, 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, Heavy 115th to 87th, 75th to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial slope out into the Reagan Tollway. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, I stand corrected. Mark Giangreco did not delete that tweet.
Yeah, it's still out there.
Okay.
Yeah, so enjoy it. Enjoy it, you simpletons who voted for that lunatic who allowed that lunatic to get quote-unquote elected. That's Mark Giangreco exposing himself as a liberal know-nothing. Running a business can be challenging, especially in Illinois. Mountains of regulations on top of taxes and fees and more are likely coming. Business owners who manage to survive and thrive deserve to be recognized, and that's exactly what we here at AM 560 are doing, as we are today at Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines. We are hitting the road on the AM 560 Business Tour presented by Signature Bank. It's a way for us to celebrate local businesses who are overcoming the odds and succeeding in spite of the many challenges they face. Think of it as making businesses great again. We want to give back to the business community by broadcasting our show from various locations throughout Chicagoland. Does your business have a great success story? If so, we want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business. Fill out the brief form to tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and your community. We'll select several more businesses as stops in our AM 560 Business Tour and broadcast from your location to share your success with our audience. So go to 560theanswer.com/business to tell us your story. That's 560theanswer.com/business. And we may be stopping at your business this spring on the AM 560 Business Tour, sponsored by Signature Bank.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
Are you taking Viagra for ED? Now you can get Sildenafil, the active ingredient in Viagra, in generic 20 milligrams for $2 per tablet. That's a savings of $40 per dose. Marley Drug is a North Carolina pharmacy delivering generic Sildenafil to your door. For information on Sildenafil, go to marleygenerics.com or call us at 800-452-1760. That's 1-800-452-1760.
Last winter was pretty much a piece of cake, but this winter, we're told, is gonna be a doozy.
Well, the Farmer's Almanac forewarns that bitterly cold, if not downright frigid, numbing cold weather will be predominating over these parts this winter.
Not looking good, but you can be ready. Smart businesses rely on Air Comfort to keep them and their customers warm this expected frigid winter. Air Comfort is one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with dedicated factory-trained technicians that take a scientific approach to analyzing your system. They have comprehensive year-round preventative maintenance programs and emergency service, plus design, build, and install equipment for new construction and retrofits of existing mechanical systems. Now is a great time to call Air Comfort and schedule an analysis of your company's mechanical system by their certified award-winning engineering team. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
AM 560, The Answer.
So, Dan, you're morbidly obese, right?
Yes. That's why I'm moving to Venezuela.
Yeah, what's this new Venezuelan diet?
The new Venezuelan diet is called socialism. And according to a 2016 living conditions survey conducted among 6,500 families, nearly 75% of Venezuelans lost an average of 19 pounds last year for lack of food.
Oh, so forced starvation will help you drop the LBs.
Well, it certainly will.
We shouldn't even laugh because people were eating stray dogs and cats and squirrels.
This is the miracle of socialism. This is the economic miracle in Venezuela that the left was talking about, including Comrade Bernie just a few years ago, before its internal contradictions caught up with Venezuela. Under the Chavez era, Chavez was also warmly received by President Obama prior to his timely demise. 65% of respondents said their children skip school because of food. Ugh. Some even taking their parents' places in long food lines. You also have 75% of Venezuelans eat only once or twice a day. I'm sorry. Let me correct. 75% of Venezuelans lost an average of 19 pounds. 32%, a third of Venezuelans eat only once or twice a day. So you have truly starvation going on in Venezuela that is directly caused by predatory government, by central planning, and the left in its modern constitution, with the Democrat Party being little more the 21st century Democrat, just being a to borrow the Leninist construct, a communist being a socialist in a hurry. A socialist is just a 21st century Democrat in a hurry. Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, the P Marchers. Think about the Democrat Party standard bearers of the 21st century of right now. They are socialists or socialist light. They want to take you down the road Venezuela has traveled. Do you really want to go down that road? Dan and Amy coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't go to bed another night worrying about unfiled tax returns or the letters or the calls you're getting from the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, there's actually good news. The IRS has recently enacted changes in the tax law called the Fresh Start Initiative, specifically for troubled taxpayers who owe the IRS. You may be able to settle your entire tax debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest, if you qualify. Call for your free consultation with Comprehensive Tax Solutions. No matter what tax issue you're facing, one call to Mary Karpowitz of Comprehensive Tax Solutions, family owned in Chicagoland, can show you the difference between night and day so that you can enjoy what matters most to you. Don't spend another day or night hiding from the IRS. Call 708-478-6770, 708-478-6770, or go to resolveyourtaxproblems.com. That's resolveyourtaxproblems.com with Comprehensive Tax Solutions.
Hey, we got a tweet from the Amish texter. Do you know why Gian Greco hates Trump? Bronzer envy.
Nice.
That's
Very
good. Hey, do you find yourself saying, if only I had more leads or if I only had more prospects to sell to? Well, if that sounds familiar, let me tell you about the Sales Prospecting Group. The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. They are a local Chicagoland company that helps hundreds of companies nationwide secure new business by getting them in the door. The Sales Prospecting Group will get you appointments with qualified prospects to help you grow your business. They don't use contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and most importantly, effective. The Sales Prospecting Group will build a custom campaign specifically for your business, and they know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get you to the right people and get you connected with them. Plus, they specialize exclusively on B2B sales. So call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they could help your business grow in 2017. The number to call, 630-701-9052. That's 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group, it's time to grow. And right now we want to thank our listener, Nancy Hearn. Nancy Hearn, thanks for listening to AM 560, The Answer. Nancy Hearn, thanks for making Chicago's Morning Answer and AM 560 part of your day. And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we're going to talk to Bob Conway from Charles Equipment Energy Systems, where we're broadcasting live this morning about the energy solutions they provide for businesses, as well as the homemade wine, the breakfast buffet. We're going to cover it all at 7:37.
And later, why was Drew Peterson transferred to federal prison? But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 53 degrees, heavy, dense fog still surrounding the area. And American Airlines not flying into or out of Philadelphia International Airport right now. A computer problem grounded all flights out of Philly around 4 a.m. The airline's computers, American Airlines computers, were supposed to come back online after a planned internet shutdown, but they did not. Millions living in the U.S. illegally could face deportation under a rewrite of some of the U.S. immigration enforcement policies on the books by the Trump administration. That includes those arrested for minor offenses. White House spokesman Sean Spicer says DHS will be enforcing laws already on the books.
The message from this White House and from the DHS is that those people who are in this country and pose a threat to our public safety or have committed a crime will be the first to go, and we will be aggressively making sure that that occurs.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu praising Australia for being courageously willing to puncture UN hypocrisy. Netanyahu making the first visit to Australia by a serving Israeli leader. Navigation error forced SpaceX to delay its shipment to the International Space Station today. Communities downstream from a Northern California reservoir gushing water for the first time in 20 years are bracing for flash flooding and evacuations near the Don Pedro Dam near Modesto. A prestigious boarding and day school near Boston says 4 former workers engaged in sexual misconduct with several students decades ago. Officials at Milton Academy are apologizing, saying previous leaders failed to protect students. Drew Peterson no longer in the custody of the Illinois Department of Corrections. The former Bolingbrook police sergeant was transferred yesterday from Menard Correctional Center in southern Illinois to a federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. Southeast side neighborhoods that won their fight over pet coke pollution are now fighting a different kind of contamination. City and federal inspectors have found alarming levels of heavy metal manganese, which can cause permanent nerve damage. Manganese is used in steelmaking, and the company believed to be responsible, according to some, is ignoring city regulations for air monitors near storage sites. Blackhawks beat the Minnesota Wild 5-3. Fighting Illini, a Big Ten hoops win over Northwestern. The news a service of Ace. Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. It's also the place with a great selection of feeders and seeds hand-picked for the birds near you. Stop by your local Ace for your birding supplies, including premium blends to attract more of your favorite feathered friends. Ace is the helpful place. 7:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says it's all about substance from Trump.
Will you explain to me why like-minded Americans get more hung up on the way President Trump words a tweet than the merits of what it is he's trying to do? Will someone answer that question for me? Why do the tweets become more important than the substance?
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Tossing and turning? Sleeping hot? Serta redesigned its perfect sleeper to help solve 5 common sleep problems. Put your sleep problems to rest at Chicagoland's only locally owned mattress retailer, American Mattress. Serta, always comfortable.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Kurt Penn, founder and CEO of Good Foods. In 2007, I was shopping in a natural foods grocery store and had a vision for a company that would produce fresh, all-natural foods with a social conscience. Signature Bank helped turn that vision into what now is Good Foods. Signature Bank President Mick O'Rourke listened to our story and learned about our business. Mick has been with us every step of the way. Signature Bank takes care of the details so we can focus on producing good foods. Signature Bank is deeply invested in our success. Good Foods is very proud to bank with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
7:37, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business sense. 1935. Let's get a check of the roads. We do that in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. In Stone Park, southbound Manheim is closed at Lake Street due to an early morning crash. This means delays in both directions. Northbound, it's backed up to near the Eisenhower. Eden's 25 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 23. Kennedy, 55 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 34. The Eisenhower's an hour and 5 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 45 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. To Ryan, 35 minutes, 95 to downtown. On Tri-States, though, 115th, most of the way to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, traffic is a service of Al Pamati Ford in Melrose Park. Stop before you buy your new car. You must visit Al Pamati Ford now. Truckloads of new cars and trucks have just arrived, and everything is priced to sell quickly. Al Pamati Ford, 25th and North Avenue in Melrose Park. Traffic answers when you need them most on Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Once the dense fog lifts this morning, we'll be left with mostly sunny skies, breezy conditions at a high near 67. Currently 53. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines, Illinois.
So mean, Des Plaines.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you. Suburb of Mount Prospect.
I
know how to say
the
it.
center of the universe. I lived in Rosemont for a time, so I know Des Plaines very well. Where this is, of course, part of the AM 560 Signature Bank business tour that we're doing in the Chicago metropolitan area, highlighting success stories to try and encourage entrepreneurial capitalists to stay here and help us. And we're pleased to be joined by the president of Charles Equipment Energy Systems. He is Bob Conway. Bob, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming in.
Great facility you have here. Before we get to what your business does here, you've got a big game strewn across the place. I guess Mike, your second in command / chef / homemade winemaker / hunter. Raconteur a bit. Bon vivant. I don't think they use that term in Cicero, where Mike is from, but he certainly qualifies. It really makes for a fun kind of work atmosphere and frightening at the same time.
It could be, yeah.
So do you hunt as well?
Yes, I do once in a while go with Mike out hunting. In fact, Mike was Monday was out hunting for pheasant, I believe.
In Cicero?
No.
No. Oh.
I think you hunt for something else in Cicero.
Yes, right. And so in this room where we're broadcasting the show from, you've got this bear with a Cubs jersey on it that bears a striking resemblance to Jorge Soler. And with World Series, did you guys are big Cubs fans and World Series?
Mike's a season ticket holder, so he went to the World Series. He's got his tickets on that bear. He's a big fan of the Cubs.
Did he take you along as a friend?
No, unfortunately, I didn't go.
Oh, you didn't make the cut?
Nah, I kind of like watching it on TV.
All right, so tell us what Charles Equipment Energy Systems does and how you're surviving out here by the world's busiest airport once upon a time.
We are a distributor of industrial equipment, mainly power generators, mostly reciprocating engines, like the big kind of thing you find that powers your towers when the power goes out. And we also supply rental generators for like Street Fests. Street Fest downtown and other places. We also do special events for tents with air conditioning and heating and things like that. So we do service work on all that equipment. In fact, over here at O'Hare, we do all of the service work for every one of the generators that they have there.
So coming up, like we've got that 100 Days Trump event where we're doing a breakdancing competition between me and Mike Gallagher and Sean Hannity. Mm-hmm. And so that would be something where you could potentially provide the power to that event.
Absolutely.
But heating and cooling systems, I mean, they really can't go down, especially when we have frigid winters, even though we're not having one now. But, I mean, you guys kind of save lives.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you look at your company that way?
Yeah, a lot of the customers that we have are hospitals. And we have to make sure that those generators are running at all time because there's some critical systems in those hospitals that patients can die if the power goes out at the wrong time.
So this is a multi-generational family business?
Yes.
And so so give us kind of the business story, because the story, especially about family business, is always so interesting.
Well, the company was started about 57 years ago by a high school friend of my father's, actually. They went together at St. George's High School, and he started the company. And then after a while, he got out. My father took over, and since then, it's been pretty much in our family since then. So, 57 years since 1960, we've been around. Do a lot of work, as I said, for the city of Chicago, a lot of the municipalities, and we,
Do they use the generator for the lift that puts Rum up at adult level when he has press conferences?
Yeah, we have some special
hydraulics, because I mean that's a lot of power that's required, even though he's a small guy.
Now, how many people do you employ here? And is there a high turnover rate? Or
no, not at all. We've got about 25 people here, and not many people leave. They like living here. It's a family business, so we're like family to each other.
And what about the 80 gallons of wine in the kitchen? I mean, that would make some people want to
It's
stay.
a family. Don't attack the family. Leave the family alone, Amy.
You don't understand.
You don't want to mess with them. You mess with one member of Charles Equipment Energy Systems, you mess with the family. Is that a fair statement, Bob?
Of course.
Yeah. So I thought so. I just got the feeling it was kind of that family atmosphere. I'm watching Gomorrah on Netflix right now.
Yeah,
It
he's a little
reminds me
obsessed.
very
He
much
goes
of
into
this.
his happy place.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I live like in a fantasy world, and trying to apply it to this mortal coil in which we live. So, how is business going, though? I mean, I know your clientele is diverse, but how is business going in the Chicago metropolitan area?
Business is going well. It's seasonal for some of our stuff. In the summertime, we do a lot more of the special events, Street Fest, air conditioning for tents, weddings, and things like that. Wintertime, we do a lot more of the sales and the service work on the generator sets for wherever it happens to be. Because in the summertime is when you have more of your outages. So everybody in the wintertime wants to get everything serviced. So in the summertime, they're ready for it. But it's been going very well. We've diversified ourselves over the years with the rental, the seasonal stuff, so that we can ride out the certain cycles of things. So,
Have you always been located here in Des Plaines?
no, actually, we originally were in Addison, but then we moved over here. We bought this building about 3 or 4 years ago.
How important is proximity to the airport?
It's good for us to be here, especially with our rental business, because we can respond really quickly. We're right off of a spur of 90 right here. So it's perfect for us to be able to get around in two places quickly, because sometimes there's some emergencies where we have to get there very quickly.
And what's it seems like again things are going well. You've diversified the business. What are challenges for additional growth, hiring that next employee, making that next capital investment?
Well, it's a capital business. So when the economy goes down and people are not buying things, that's where we have problems with the new equipment sales. I guess that's why we diversify, so that we would have things that would ride out through the low business cycles. The service work gets done when somebody doesn't want to buy something new. We also buy and sell used equipment. So if somebody has something old, they want to replace it, we'll buy the old one off of them and find somebody who doesn't want to buy a new one. We'll sell them the used one.
Have you expanded into Indiana or Wisconsin?
We do actually do a little bit of work in the northwest corner of Indiana, and we do have a guy up in Wisconsin who we used to do a lot of work up in Wisconsin with landfills, because, for example, we've got some landfill sites where they collect the gas, and they take the gas, we clean it, and we put it inside of an engine, generates renewable power, utilities buy it, and then you've got green power.
Oh, hence the energy systems.
And so they're
fascinating.
And so it seems there's the energy systems that are temporary, and then there's the energy systems that are long term, like you're talking about with hospitals. And so, kind of, how has technology changed the nature of your business and helped your clients reduce their energy costs, which is significant for big energy users like a hospital?
Yeah, it's mostly been through controls and monitoring of them. Because, to be quite honest with you, I mean, everybody wants to have new, sexy technology. An engine is not. An engine still,
There's nothing sexy about an engine.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does, brings in fuel, bang, and it goes. That's it. But the controls on it is what's helped us bring down customers' costs. It helps with fuel consumption and reducing that fuel consumption and monitoring it so that the downtimes are much less. So that's pretty much what we've been doing. So a lot of electronics.
Considering the business climate in Illinois, have you ever thought about moving to Indiana, northwest Indiana, or southern Wisconsin?
No. It's more of a regional area that we take care of here. So it's not, I understand the whole taxes thing, and believe me, don't get me on my property taxes.
Right.
Right, Dan?
Yes.
But it's something that we need to be here in this area to take care of it, so we have to be located here.
And O'Hare's one of your largest clients, right?
Yeah, the city is one of our bigger clients.
And plus, your taxidermist is local, I presume, too. And so you'd have to get a new taxidermist in Indiana, and that becomes an expense and a headache.
Yeah, and occasionally we get some of our animals from O'Hare.
I bet.
Oh,
yeah,
sure.
I bet. Yeah.
They have goats that actually
sure
graze out there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they got through the fence about a year and a half ago.
This is
and
awesome.
Started coming down our driveway here. So we had to kind of herd them back into O'Hare.
Thank goodness you didn't shoot them.
Well, some of the guys wanted to have them for Labor Day
a little
barbecue.
Little picnic in
so
the
you
yard.
brought them back to O'Hare. That's a great story.
The goats got through the fence at O'Hare once. They got through the fence. Once. Bob Conway, president of Charles Equipment Energy Systems. I've been misstating it, so I want to make sure I get it right. Charles Equipment Energy Systems and Winery.
And you can find them at charlesequipment.com.
And you can find them out in Des Plaines right next to the airport off 72. Bob, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
I'm still fascinated by the goat escape. A dozen goats? That's great. Forecast for today, the fog. Oh, yeah. What did you say?
I said they all have pensions.
Oh, yeah. Fog is lifted. Cloudy skies right now, but by this afternoon it will be breezy and sunny. Record high between 68 to 72 degrees. Enjoy it because tomorrow, colder conditions. Reality is going to step back in. We're going to have some rain and a high in the upper 40s. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte, who joins us from our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Thank you, Amy. Well, thanks to the heroes that kept those goats not only off the roadways. Imagine the delays. The Kennedy's bad enough now. It's an hour and 3 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 42 minutes from Montrose. 38 in the Express. Outbound 32 minutes downtown to O'Hare. The Eden's just 21 minutes like Cook to the Junction. Outbound 26. The Eisenhower's an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. 54 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 43 to Thorndale. Northbound I-55. Delays start around 126. An hour and 8 minutes. 355 to the drive. The Ryan, 34 minutes, 95th to downtown, and southbound Lakeshore Drive is rough. Delays Hollywood to North Avenue. 40 minutes, Hollywood to Monroe. Northbound Tri-State slow, 115th most of the way to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial slow about into the Reagan Tollway, and southbound 53 has a jam. Rand to Kirchhoff. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
If you're fortunate enough to have an IRA, 401k, or other qualified plan, you also have a tax problem. For example, a $1 million IRA is really worth as little as $600,000 after taxes. Do you really want to give $400,000 or more of your hard-earned retirement savings to the IRS? Most investors and even financial advisors have no idea that a tax-free, market risk-free solution approved by the federal government has been available for more than 15 years. Known as an IRA reboot, it provides tax-free lifetime income and a death benefit for beneficiaries. It can even be used to cover college costs or provide long-term care, all without risk from market losses. And unlike an IRA or 401k, there are no limitations on the amount you can contribute. For your free illustration and financial analysis, a $399 value, call Kelly Financial Services at 708-576-8999. That's 708-576-8999 today.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. There's a Christian genocide occurring in Iraq and Syria, but the left is preventing America from providing asylum for the persecuted. ISIS targets both the Shia and Sunni Muslims who refuse to join its terrorist ranks, but the left is preventing America from providing safe haven to peaceful, pluralist Muslims. Millions of Mexicans, Central Americans, Africans, and Asians desire to flee third world deprivation, but the left is preventing America from opening her doors to many more countrymen of immigrant American citizens. As Flannery O'Connor observed, the left governs by tenderness, which is to say without restraint. Only their feelings about their own goodness matter. This was on display with the left's Day Without Immigrants protest. No distinction was made between people who are in America illegally and people who are not. No distinction was made between people who are self-sufficient and people who game the welfare state. No distinction was made between the more than 100,000 criminal illegal aliens released by ICE in 2013 alone, which includes 193 convicted murderers, and children brought here illegally by their parents. Leftist xenophobia, the fear of distinguishing between people who come in peace and predators, competitors is killing both people and the promise of America the world over.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, as our Drew Peterson correspondent, you have an update.
Well, yeah, because many people were wondering yesterday, late last night, in the cloak of darkness, he was quietly removed from Menard Correctional Facility.
Just like the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, they told him to grab his stuff, and they took him to the processing center in Joliet, and now he's in Terre Haute at a federal prison, and many people are asking why.
Lower property taxes.
His attorney did, even Illinois was so bad, Drew Peterson had to leave. But his attorney didn't know. His family didn't know. Will County State's Attorney James Glasgow, who he allegedly had the hit on or was convicted of hiring a hitman to kill him, he didn't know why. So there's speculation this morning, is he ill? Because that's one of the reasons why he'd be moved to a federal prison.
Is he visiting George Ryan? Is George Ryan still in
No,
prison?
George Ryan. That is where George Ryan was.
Yeah.
That's where Timothy McVeigh was, and he was executed there by lethal injection in Terre Haute, Indiana. So it's a pretty well-known place. We don't know if he's going to be in the minimum security camp or in the maximum security camp or in isolation. But here's his attorney, Stephen Greenberg.
They wouldn't transfer him for medical treatment. They wouldn't transfer him because he's a disciplinary problem. They didn't transfer him because he's an informant, because he's not. They didn't transfer him because he's got federal charges, because he doesn't. So I have no idea why they transferred him.
Does Terre Haute have a special wing for multiple wife killers? Is that maybe why?
Another reason why he may be transferred, an escape plot. A prison escape plot from Menard Correctional Facility. But he was in kind of like the geriatric wing of the prison with a bunch of old guys.
Yeah.
But listen to this. So Joel Brodsky and
Drew Peterson's trying to scale the fence with his walker. Somebody go grab him.
He's 63 years old. Joel Brodsky, who has not spoken to Drew Peterson in 5 years.
Terrible attorney.
Well, yeah, he didn't do any service to Drew.
The federal system has a better maximum security system than the state. I mean, Drew's in Menard, where they have 150 years old. They really don't have a maximum security, segregation system there. But the feds, the federal system does.
I'm here to tell you that is fake news, because Joel Brodsky has no clue what's going on at Menard. They're a maximum security prison. He was never in danger or getting death threats.
So what's your theory?
My theory, I think he might be sick. I can't tell you why, but I have a feeling he might be sick. So we'll find out. But when I find out, I will tell you first, okay?
All right.
Because I know you really care about this story.
So much. There's Amy Jacobson with the Drew Peterson bi-monthly update. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines. Barbara, AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Great talent is the driving force behind your successful business. If you don't have the right people in key roles, then you have talent gaps. IMC Solutions identifies those gaps and delivers expertise in recruiting the right talent to fill them, leaving you free to succeed.
Hi, I'm Linda Nichols. A past client called because they don't have an HR department, but they need HR expertise and knowledge to do things like write job descriptions, revise employee handbooks, manage compliance and benefits. We help them by providing on-demand HR services. It was on a part-time basis and a project basis. Our consultant spent time with the client but was able to do most of the work off-site, sparing the client's time and resources. As the client grows, the consulting time can adjust to their needs.
IMC Solutions understands the unique challenges of your business, making the tough job of hiring easy. Get started on finding your next hire today at imcsolutions.com or call Linda Nichols at 630-637-6200.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. Stay warm this winter. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for winter storms and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com.
Hey everyone, Dave from Draft Tech here with a big call out to our general and MEP contractor friends out there. Are you guys completely satisfied with your BIM situation? Maybe you don't think you're getting as much bang for your buck as you'd hoped for. Perhaps you're not getting the service you expected. Maybe you find the level of communication between you and them lacking. If you're experiencing any of those issues, we want you to take a good look at Draft Tech. We've got project coordination savvy and we'll be a strong advocate for you in the BIM meetings. We've got the availability to meet you at the job site when you need us, and we've got the professional courtesy you expect to keep you in the loop every step of the way. And we're not just a BIM service, we can help you out with any kind of shop drawings, submittal drawings, or any other design or drafting you might need. So check us out at draftingresults.com. That's Draft Tech at draftingresults.com. Draft Tech. Cutting-edge technology, old-school service.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
National Review's David French joined us to say, don't cry for Milo Yiannopoulos. He'll explain why at 8:08.
And later, Lindsay Lohan thinks she was racially profiled. We'll tell you why. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Say good morning once again to the best in the business. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following right now. American Airlines not flying into or out of Philadelphia International Airport because of computer problems, grounding flights. It's having a ripple effect on air traffic around the nation. Principals told not to allow immigration agents in Chicago public schools. Jonathan Taves, the hat trick. Blackhawks beat the front-running Wild. A mostly sunny day after the dense fog lifts. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Protesters descending on Republican members of Congress around the country. Investigate Trump! They were at an event hosted by Iowa Senator Joni Ernst.
You can holler all you want at me. That's fine. I'm the elected representative. But this was originally scheduled to be a veterans roundtable.
Many of the protests over the planned repeal of Obamacare. President Trump tweeting that in numerous cases, so-called angry crowds are planned out by liberal activists. At least one liberal group has posted tips for those kinds of events online. New immigration guidelines also raising concern, but the White House says it's trying to enforce existing laws. Fox Radio's John Decker live at the White House.
Homeland Security Secretary John Kelly has directed his agency heads to hire 15,000 more officers, end so-called catch-and-release policies at the U.S.-Mexico border, and begin work on the president's promised border wall with Mexico. White House spokesman Sean Spicer says the new immigration rules will be implemented immediately.
Those people who are in this country and pose a threat to our public safety or have committed a crime will be the first to go, and we will be aggressively making sure that that occurs.
Meanwhile, the White House continues its work on writing a second executive order on immigration after the first one was blocked in court. Lisa?
Well, John, it's deadline day for Dakota Access Pipeline protesters. Fox Radio's Jeff Manasso with this live.
Lisa, hundreds of people remain at the North Dakota camp that officials fear could be under floodwaters within weeks, and where activists have until 3 p.m. Eastern Time via a court order to vacate or face arrest.
They're saying that we're going to be forcefully removed on our own land. I don't care what anybody says, I'm going to stay.
Authorities are offering assistance to protesters. Meantime, hundreds of truckloads of debris have been removed from the site. Though much more cleanup remains, developers expect that pipeline to be operational within months. Lisa.
Thanks, Jeff. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Still dense and heavy fog this morning, 53 degrees. At 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Another record-breaking day of warm weather. The National Weather Service says temps may reach the 70 mark later today, but there is snow on the way for the weekend. Drew Peterson no longer in custody of the Illinois Department of Corrections. The former Bolingbrook police sergeant was transferred yesterday from a correctional center near Chester, Illinois, to a federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. Officials have not said why he was moved. Peterson was serving time in southern Illinois for killing his third wife and then trying to hire a hitman to kill the prosecutor who put him behind bars. Chicago Public Schools say they're taking steps to try and protect immigrant students and families. CPS officials told their principals yesterday that they should not let federal immigration authorities inside district buildings unless they have a warrant. School officials also urged that principals update emergency contact forms in case a student's parents were detained. Firefighters in southwest Illinois battling a wildfire. They've been on the front lines for more than a week. Fires burned about 1,300 acres. It's been burning since February 12, when a resident lost control of a leaf fire in Calhoun County, just north of St. Louis. Jonathan Taves, the hat trick, and 2 helpers. Blackhawks over the front-running Wild 5-3. Malcolm Hill, 18, as the struggling Fighting Illini top Northwestern 66-50. The news service of Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, their grief is unique, but you are not alone. MADD is here to help. MADD.org, that's MADD.org. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Wells Fargo has fired 4 executives because of its account scandal. The company has already fired 5,300 employees for improper conduct related to opening approximately 2 million accounts without customers' knowledge. Walmart's better-than-expected holiday season may have been helped by some changes in its stores. Walmart has added staff, including holiday helpers, who direct you to shorter lines, open registers when needed, and who help customers load their carts. There's also a click-and-collect service at Walmart. It allows you to buy things online and pick them up at the store. Apple shares closed at a record yesterday after Morgan Stanley analysts expressed optimism about the company's sales in China and its iPhone 8. Another record session on Wall Street yesterday. The Dow up 118, NASDAQ up 27, and the S&P gained 14. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
Hey, I'm Brant. So there's this family, Jeremy and Sharon, and a couple kids, and they're all very healthy, and they did something to save money. They switched from health insurance to Medi-Share, and then they had a third baby, a little girl named Anya, and she was very sick.
We've had a lot of hospital visits.
A whole week in a children's hospital, CAT scans and blood tests and chemical tests, and I think we saw a dozen doctors. It was all shared.
Yeah, the bills were shared by the other members of Medi-Share. That's how this works. So get this, they save hundreds a month. They don't have to deal with health insurance companies or government health care plans, and they get to be part of a community that cares.
Medi-Share has always been there for us and helped meet the needs that we have as a family.
It's no wonder this is growing so fast. It is worth looking into. Here's how. Call 844-41-BIBLE. Now, it's available everywhere but Montana. 844-41-BIBLE.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a clean, smooth shave from a quality blade. The sort of shave that cuts clean without the burn. So why are you messing around with generic razors that cost $32 for an 8-pack when you can shave with Harry's high-quality German-engineered blades for half the price? And because Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, they'll send you their most popular set, complete with a razor, one of their world-famous blades, shaving cream, and post-shave balm for free if you cover shipping. A total value of $20 at no cost to you, with code 1165 at checkout. Their way of saying thank you for trying them. How is Harry's able to save you all this money and still give you the best shave you'll ever enjoy? By owning the factory that manufactures the blades. That's how. Go to harrys.com now and enter code 1165 at checkout to claim your free trial set and post-shave balm. That's harrys.com. Code 1165.
8:07. Let's get an update on the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Southbound Manheim remains closed in Stone Park at Lake Street after an early morning crash, and northbound are big delays on Manheim. The Edens is 20 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 27. The Kennedy, an hour from O'Hare to downtown, 41 minutes from Montrose, 39 to the Express. Outbound 31 to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 17 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 55 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 48 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 12 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37 minutes. Ryan, 38 minutes, 95th to downtown, southbound Lakeshore Drive, jammed Hollywood to North Avenue. Also slow 18th to the Stevenson and northbound Oakwood to the Stevenson. Northbound Tri-State, slow Southwest Highway to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial, heavy Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Dense morning fog, otherwise sun and patchy clouds today, high 67. Partly cloudy night, low 45. Occasional afternoon rain tomorrow with a high 49. And occasional rain and a thunderstorm at night, low 42, with temperatures rising into the lower 50s. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 53 with heavy and dense fog in the area. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
I would be wrong to allow my poor choice of words to detract from my colleague's important job, which is why today I'm resigning from Breitbart effective immediately.
Whether it's anti-Semitism or racism or anything you want to think about having to do with the divide, anti-Semitism is likewise. It's just terrible.
As a child, I was afraid that my parents would be deported and I would stay here, but now that I'm grown up, I'm afraid that my whole family, including myself, will be deported.
This is consistent with everything the president has talked about, which is prioritizing the people who are here, who represent a threat to public safety or have a criminal record.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And Amy, this is a really interesting story, a bit of a Greek tragedy in some respects. I'm talking about the rise and fall of Milo Yiannopoulos, of course. The big story of the last couple of days leading into the Conservative Political Action Conference, from which Milo was to be the keynote speaker, to the chagrin of a lot of conservatives,
Yeah.
and then had that invitation rescinded when interviews came to light that showed him indulging the rationalization of pedophilia. I mean, that's really what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And Milo, in his press conference yesterday, you heard a clip at the top, announcing his resignation as the tech editor of Breitbart. In doing so, I thought in an adult way, being cognizant of the impact of others and how his employer stood by him, and it would be unfair to put his employer and those other employees through this and suffer the consequences of his poor choice of words, as he described it. So, why was Milo, is Milo, I mean, I don't think he's over. He's a man in his 30s. So there are, despite what F. Scott Fitzgerald said, there are second acts in America.
And he has been offered a job by Fusion. So,
but why is the provocateur like a Milo Yiannopoulos? Why does he have such cachet? Why is he so popular? Why is he someone who generated a $250,000 advance from Simon & Schuster for a book that has now also since been rescinded? We want to explore that question, but I also want to provide the apology that Milo offered in part for the comments that he made about sexual abuse of children.
But for those statements I did make where I misspoke, I'm here today to apologize. My experiences as a victim led me to believe that I could say almost anything on this subject, no matter how outrageous. But I understand that my usual blend of sassy, gay British sarcasm, provocation, and gallows humor might have come across as flippancy. A lack of care for other victims, or even worse, as seems to have been the case in reports, advocacy. I'm horrified by that impression. I would like to restate my disgust at adults who sexually abuse minors.
Where does Milo go from here, and what does his rise and fall, however temporary, say about the conservative movement and the figureheads for the rage against the totalitarian repression of free expression on places like college campuses? For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by one of the people that I put in my must-read column every day, one of the few people in that must-read column every day. It really is one of the most thoughtful conservative writers of our time. He is David French from National Review Online. David joins us now. David, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
It's great to have you. And so you've written a couple of pieces on Milo, and I just kind of want you to, state the thesis or theses of your pieces. One being that we have a bit of a free speech problem in Milo. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, what I meant by that is one of our biggest threats to free speech right now is the notion that people don't value it. They don't see the value in protecting it. And so, one of the things we see is in progressive corporations, conservative employees are silenced. You see a media that aggressively often silences conservative voices. And the government can't really do anything about that. And so what you have to do is you have to be able to persuade people that free speech is valuable. What Milo does is he tries to intentionally shock and to provoke and tries to intentionally make people angry. That's not something that is calculated to show people that free speech is valuable in the society. In fact, it's something that's actually calculated to do the opposite. He actually tries to make people censor him. He tries to make people shut him down because, it's something that brings him greater fame. That doesn't make him a champion of free speech. It makes him a provocateur. And those are different things. If conservatives wanted to highlight the challenge of free speech, there's an awful lot of people who are completely reasonable, ethical, principled conservatives who've been shut down again and again on college campuses, who've lost their jobs because of their point of view when they're not trying to be provocative and they're just sharing standard conservative thoughts or traditional moral thoughts. And so in his situation, it was far more self-promotion, cloaking himself in the mantle of free speech, trying to shock just to get the outrage. And that's not how you're going to persuade people to value free expression in this country.
Do you think for some he was an embarrassment for the Republican Party and the conservative movement?
Well, yeah. I mean, he was kind of beyond an embarrassment. He was he is an intentionally cruel and malicious person. There was all of this attention paid to his comments about pedophilia, which were terrible and awful, and I take his apology at his word, but there's an awful lot of stuff that he's done that he's not apologized for, including he's a leading apologist for the alt-right, this really viciously racist movement that was unleashed in the 2016 presidential campaign that filled the internet with anti-Semitism. He would provoke online mobs to attack people in the most vicious and cruel manner possible. And excused it all as just, this is all hilarious. Well, one thing I did not find hilarious was seeing pictures of my 8-year-old daughter photoshopped into gas chambers with a Donald Trump in a Nazi uniform about to push the button, all because I had critiqued Donald Trump in the primary and in the general election. So that there's nothing funny about that. There's nothing good about that. And the idea that CPAC, knowing that he was that kind of person, would put him out there as the standard bearer of free speech in the conservative movement, I think was pretty appalling.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point on that, but I want to go back to something that you said at the outset on Milo and kind of, people that are silenced in private sector settings and feel like they can't share their views without repercussions, deleterious repercussions like the loss of a job or being ostracized in some way. And, Milo exists in the form that he exists because of the repression, the cultural repression that occurs. And so this is people seeing someone who they perceive to be somewhat fearless taking on all of these, totalitarian thugs, to offer one description, and basically saying, you can't stop me. And that's somewhat empowering, maybe even so far as a guilty pleasure, isn't it?
Right. I think guilty pleasure is a great way to put it. He's a talented guy, and when he trains his sights on somebody, he's really able to deliver devastating takedowns. He's sort of like the Jon Stewart or John Oliver of the right, in the sense that you would see his YouTubes forwarding all around in conservative circles, watch Milo destroy this social justice warrior, watch him eviscerate this feminist. He's the same as you would see on Salon.com, watch John Oliver destroy Fox News. So this guilty pleasure, and I think that people are making the classic mistake of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, is sort of the analysis, in that they were seeing that he was taking on people that they didn't like, and sometimes doing so in ways that humiliated them, and sort of making the mistake that he was their champion when he wasn't really. And I think that it's very understandable when you live in a situation, when you live in a circumstance in which that double standards are applied, that one rule applies to you that doesn't apply to others, that you have less freedom to speak than other people do around you. And that understandably builds resentment and anger. The real challenge, I think, in the conservative movement more broadly is how do you constructively channel that anger and resentment, and how do you constructively channel anger into upholding valuable principles and defending valuable ideals, as opposed to, in this situation with Milo, which kind of turned into shock for the sake of shock.
And you offer some examples of where you can channel those energies into a productive place, people that would be better examples of fights that are worthwhile with respect to First Amendment rights and living in a free society more generally, like Barronelle Stutzman, for example.
Right, exactly.
Develop that a bit for us.
Yeah, so there are people right now who are heroes of free speech in multiple ways. I mean, let's talk about Barronelle Stutzman, for example. She's a florist, a 72-year-old florist in Washington State, who's one of the kindest people you'll ever meet, who's being sued personally and by the state. The state is trying to seek to financially ruin her because she said that she couldn't, in good conscience, use her artistic talents to help celebrate a gay wedding, even though she immediately referred a gay couple to other florists who would help them. And even though she had served and employed gay people for years, she does not discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation, and now she stands on the brink of financial ruin for sticking by her principles. And throughout the entire fight, she has fought courageously. She's taking her case to the Supreme Court of the United States, and not once has she attacked another human being. Not once has she acted in a way that's cruel or malicious. And I also brought up the gentleman named Kelvin Cochran. He's a former fire chief in Atlanta who was fired because he had the audacity to publish a Christian book that stated a Christian view on sex and marriage, and shared a copy of the book with a couple of people that he worked with. They just fired him summarily, violating all city procedures and policies in the way that they fired him. And again, you will not meet a finer gentleman, a braver man than Kelvin Cochran. This is one of the first African-American firemen in the Deep South who rose to become, one of the leading firemen in the United States. And it was all his career was tossed into the trash because of this oppressive political correctness. And again, this is a guy who's never been cruel or vicious to any other person, but at the same time has fought courageously. So if you want to respect people who fight, you don't also have to celebrate cruelty.
He is David French. He's a veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He's a constitutional lawyer. He's a best-selling author, and he's a writer whose musings you can find at nationalreview.com. David French, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cloudy skies right now, but by this afternoon, we're going to have some sunshine, breezy conditions, and unseasonably warm. Yes, the warm winter continues. It'll be anywhere between 68 to 72 degrees. Then tomorrow, it's going to be colder around here. Occasional rain in the afternoon and a high in the upper 40s. Let's get into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Folks, eastbound 137 is closed from Eau Plaine to the Tri-State due to a crash. At Stone Park, southbound Manheim still blocked at Lake Street for crash investigation, and northbound Manheim it's big delays. Eden's pretty light, 20 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 29. Kennedy, an hour and 2 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 31 minutes. The Ike, an hour and 17 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Crash is reported at North Avenue, outbound it's 48 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes, 355 to the drive, outbound 37 minutes. Ryan, 34 minutes, 95th to downtown, northbound Tri-State, stop and go 95th to 31st, and from the Reagan to North Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this product works. I even recommended it to my mother, and she's been taking it, and she's 89 years old.
It makes me feel good. It really does. I could feel a change in my well-being, let's put it that way.
So far, it has helped my irritable bowel. So I'm just praying that it just keeps going, because you don't know. This was a dreadful thing. Dreadful.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Balance of Nature, you guys are awesome. God bless you.
The new Trump administration could cause explosive moves in the financial markets, and savvy market speculators are rethinking their investment strategy. Are you ready to do the same? At Online Trading Academy, we believe that reaching your financial goals has little to do with who runs the White House and everything to do with who runs your house. That's why it's the best time to learn how to capitalize on opportunities in the financial markets by attending a free half-day class. Call 888-984-8723. That's 888-984-TRADE or visit tradingacademy.com to reserve your seat. You'll discover professional-grade strategies that can help you generate income, grow wealth, and ultimately achieve your why, the things you want most in life. When you register, you'll get the Wall Street Insiders Kit. Valuable investing insights, strategies, and videos absolutely free. Seats are limited, so don't delay. Call 888-984-8723. That's 888-984-TRADE to reserve your seat. That's 888-984-8723. 888-984-TRADE or visit tradingacademy.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
You know things too, Shy.
Boy George.
No.
Kaiju.
No helping.
Kaiju.
Yeah, you can't even understand the words Erica's mouthing.
Caillou.
Kaja Gugu.
Kaja Gugu. Yeah, Kaja Gugu, you too.
All right. You think
one-hit wonder there?
How thick is your bubble? A question we keep asking since the election of Trump, and we watched the left disintegrate. The Democratic Party crack up.
Yes.
How far will the left take it? The impeachment talk, the talk of Trump being guilty of treason.
That's a good one. I like that one.
How alternative is their alternative universe? This is how alternative. There is a new website, HillaryBeatTrump.org. Which is a new...
All right, now you're making me log on to the box.
HillaryBeatTrump.org, which is a news site devoting to covering stories from the perspective of Hillary winning the November election as opposed to losing.
Oh.
So they're creating a complete alternative universe where maybe that avatar that Barack Obama created in the 2012 election, that young 30-something woman who is like the graphic designer looking to get her contraceptives paid for and all those things.
She thought she was going to be in a Sears catalog.
Yeah,
she ended up on the website.
So Obama created a fictional woman. Now the Hillary supporters, and of course Obama supporters by extension, have created an entire fictional universe that they can live in. This is like their own Sim City, where Hillary Clinton is president and HillaryBeatTrump.org is their only news outlet.
And it says news from the real America where the majority rules. Okay.
Yeah.
How did the majority rule?
Yeah. There are articles like Ted Cruz went on Ellen to confess that he killed Deputy White House Counsel Vince Foster in 1993.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Other articles which refer to Cruz as the Republican frontrunner to take on President Hillary Clinton in 2020.
Trump says Anne Frank tragically never had the makings of a 10. I'm just reading from that
these
website.
are right. These are the news stories the alternate universe in which you can live if you're one of those pea-hat pants droppers that believe that, as Mark Giangreco does, Donald Trump was only quote-unquote elected, not really elected by us simpletons. So how thick is the bubble? It's bulletproof in certain segments on the left. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you save $500,000 in an IRA or 401k, you know it's not really $500,000, right? Because you still have to pay taxes on that money. But here's something that will shock you. Some people will pay through the nose in taxes when they withdraw money from their retirement accounts, while a smart and savvy few will legally pay far less. Could you potentially save thousands of dollars in taxes on your IRA or 401k and keep this money for yourself? Yes, you could. Learn how in a free report called 6 Ways to Tax-Free Income in Retirement from me, Tom Fortino, host of the Alpha Wealth Hour. The free report could save you tens of thousands of dollars. Call 630-873-6326. It's your choice. Pay the IRS or keep this money for yourself. Call 630-873-6326 or visit us on alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
AM 560. The Answer.
Amy, I can't wait till the news stories, quote unquote, from HillaryBeatTrump.org are actually picked up and reported as real news by CNN and the New York Times and all the other outlets that have suspended journalistic canons to go after Donald Trump.
Well, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we'll talk to Cliff May, president of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, about Trump's guidance on immigration.
And later, a transgender teenage boy wins a girls' wrestling match. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
53 degrees. Skies are cloudy at the moment. Dense fog advisory up until 9 a.m. American Airlines is not flying into or out of Philadelphia International Airport right now. Computer problems grounded flights out of Philly this morning around 4 a.m. Airlines' computers were supposed to come back online after a planned internet shutdown, but they did not. It's having a bit of a ripple effect on flights across the country. More illegal immigrants will be detained at the southern U.S. border under a plan just released by the Department of Homeland Security. New rules call for the hiring of more border agents. Meantime, House Speaker Paul Ryan and other GOP lawmakers are touring a border area in Texas today. Meantime, Secretary of State Rex Tillerson and Homeland Security Secretary John Kelly are in Mexico City. An ISIS suicide bomber who drove a car bomb into a military facility near Mosul on Monday was reportedly a British citizen, once held at the Guantanamo Bay prison. Ronald Fiddler was released from that prison after lobbying by then Prime Minister Tony Blair. He received compensation of £1 million from the UK government. North Dakota's governor set today as a deadline for the main North Dakota Access Pipeline camp to be evacuated. The Army Corps of Engineers wants that area cleaned out so it can be cleaned up before potential spring flooding that could cause major river contamination. A 14-year-old student faces felony aggravated battery charges after a beating at a South Elgin middle school that left a 12-year-old boy in a coma. Chicago aldermen are pushing back on Mayor Emanuel's plans to spend nearly $15 million in unspent property tax rebate money. City Council Budget Committee held off on a vote on the mayor's plan because the mayor wants to use most of that money for tree planting. 18 aldermen say the money should be targeted for crime reduction. Blackhawks over the Wild 5-3 last night. Big Ten hoops, it was Malcolm Hill's 18 helping Illinois over Northwestern 66-50. The news, a service of Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, their grief is unique, but you are not alone. MADD is here to help. Call their 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP, or MADD.org. 8:33 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher breaks some tough news to protesters.
Okay, good. Go march around. Carry a sandwich board and yell that he's not my president. The ultimate truth is he is. You want to stand around and think you're going to make a difference? Go ahead. I believe with all of my heart you're not going to make a difference. You're not going to move the needle 1 inch.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period.
They are here, circling over your head, and they're tracking you down. You feel overwhelmed, like you can't escape. You need a solution to get your back taxes filed, to put your life back on track. You need someone who can keep the vultures at bay and work directly with the IRS to leverage every opportunity to settle your tax debt. Mary Karpowitz, CEO of Comprehensive Tax Solutions, is licensed to represent you before the IRS. Don't let the IRS threaten you. You should never need to speak to them directly. Mary does that for you. Comprehensive Tax Solutions will help you settle your entire IRS tax debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Comprehensive Tax Solutions, family owned in Chicagoland, can be a lifesaver for you. Call 708-478-6770, 708-478-6770, or go to resolveyourtaxproblems.com. Call 708-478-6770 now.
When I hear realtors boast about servicing a 3-county area or selling a home every 15 minutes, I think, what level of service could their clients possibly be getting? This is Chris Jacobs with Century 21 affiliated in Inverness, and my message is a little bit different. If being a realtor for more than 20 years has taught me one thing, it's that all real estate is local. While I can't say I'm the #1 realtor in the country, I can tell you that over the past 10 years, I've sold more homes in Inverness than anyone else. My team specializes in Inverness, Palatine, and Arlington Heights. We pride ourselves on providing our clients exceptional customer service and local market knowledge. So if you're selling your home or looking to purchase a property in our area, then call me, Chris Jacobs, at 847-401-4859. That's 847-401-4859. Or visit us at chrisjacobshomes.com.
Each office independently owned and operated, an equal housing opportunity.
For me, it was the big S-Class from the 90s. Beautiful. My friend's dad had one.
The SL. All of the SLs. I've been watching those since I was a kid.
I think the 1971 SE was the first Mercedes that just blew me away.
Everyone remembers the first time they saw one, and the day they began to long for a Mercedes-Benz of their own. Well, that day may be a lot closer than you think. With a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you can experience the luxury, the unparalleled safety, the performance, and the style Mercedes-Benz is famous for at a price you can afford. Beautiful SUVs, sedans, coupes, and convertibles that are factory certified and covered by an unlimited mileage warranty for up to 3 years, so you can drive without a worry for as far as you like. And during the certified pre-owned sales event going on now through February 28th, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and special financing available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services, only at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties.
It is 8:37. Let's get an update on the roads. We do that in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Eisenhower's jammed from York Road to before St. Charles with a crash in the left lane. And from Des Plaines Avenue on into the Loop, it's an hour and 13 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 50 minutes from Manheim, outbound 37 to Thorndale. Eden's 20 minutes, like to Montrose, outbound 24. To Kennedy, an hour and 2 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27 minutes. To Stevenson, an hour and 9 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. Outbound 36 minutes. Ryan, 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive is rough. 40 minutes, Hollywood to Monroe. Northbound slow, Oakwood to the Stevenson. Northbound Tri-State bottled up, 95th to 31st. The Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial still Fountain to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to Lake. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com weather centers. Mostly sunny after the fog lifts. Breezy, 67 today. Partly cloudy and 45 overnight. 53 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan. Coming to you live from Charles Equipment Energy Systems in Des Plaines, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And Amy, the Trump administration promulgated new guidance on immigration yesterday and trotted out Sean Spicer to hold court with the press.
Angry Sean Spicer? Was he fiery?
He was matter of fact, I thought. Described what it is and what it isn't, what the priorities of the Trump administration are with respect to persons here illegally. I thought he made it quite clear, including reestablishing what the word illegal means, which was probably revelatory for much of the D.C. press corps here. Sean.
Remember, everybody who is here illegally is subject to removal at any time. That is consistent with every country, not just ours. If you're in this country in an illegal manner, that obviously that there's a provision that could ensure that you be removed. But the priority that the president has laid forward and the priority that ICE is putting forward through DHS's guidance is to make sure that the people who have committed a crime or pose a threat to our public safety are the priority of their efforts, first and foremost.
So those are the priorities. And then, of course, he's asked the same question about 12 different times, 12 different ways, trying to get a different answer. And he's asked specifically about DACA and DAPA, which President Trump has offered rather conciliatory comments on. These are tough calls, children that are brought here by their parents illegally, but through no fault of their own. So DACA, deferred action for childhood arrivals, DAPA, deferred action for parental arrivals, parents of legal permanent residents of this country. And Spicer addressed that question straight away as well.
The president's made clear. The president's made clear when you have whatever 12, 14, 15 million people in the country illegally, that there has to be a system of priority. And right now, ICE's priority is going to make sure that we focus first and foremost on that. He's specifically in the guidance, it talks about the DACA and DAPA, unless someone who fits under that program fits into the subcategory, is not subject to what is being dealt with now.
Yeah, and so Spicer actually gave a number, too, putting the number of individuals that they're prioritizing at around 1 million. So obviously that is a very small fraction of the overall population of persons that are here illegally.
And they said that there's going to be no mass roundups, but they're going to focus on criminals. And sometimes their point of contention is that not just people who've been convicted of a crime, but charged with a crime, are they on the list? And they are.
For more on this and other matters of national security importance, we're pleased to be joined again by Cliff May. He is the president of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, and he's the foreign affairs columnist for the Washington Times. Cliff, thanks for joining us. Just picking up on what Sean Spicer had to say, are we seeing more clarity and specificity from the Trump administration now in immigration such that some of the hysteria can melt away and we can focus on sensible immigration policy that does what everybody in the D.C. Political set says they want, which is predators that are not citizens removed from this country?
Look, I think you're right that we are seeing more fine tuning of the president's policies here. I'm not sure that's going to alleviate the hysteria you talk about, because those who are opposed to the president doing anything at all on this, they're not going to be quiet. I heard, and I believe it was on NPR yesterday, a phrase that quite struck me. They talked about undocumented Americans. With the not undocumented immigrants, not undocumented refugees, not undocumented illegals, but undocumented Americans. There are about 65 million people in the world who are displaced and who would like to come to the United States. We can suggest that all 65 million are just undocumented Americans if they can find a way to get here, but that strikes me as ridiculously bad policy.
Yeah.
So what about, I mean, he outlined the plan that there's going to be no more catch and release and that you won't be held until your court hearing instead of being immediately deported. What exactly is Donald Trump doing then President Obama had already put into place?
Well, look, I think the question really that we really need to be asking is what is, and that's the new president needs to ask, is what is our policy? How many immigrants we want to take every year? From what parts of the world? Refugees should be welcomed, but they should be bona fide refugees. We don't have to take everybody who wants to come here. And in terms of the resources we have to remove people, there should be a priority. And those who are committing crimes and those who are leeching off the resources of Americans, they should be the first ones to be targeted for removal. We will always be an immigrant society. We will have immigrants, but we do need to be careful how we change the culture and the context of this country over time. And that's not the case when you simply say, essentially, that everybody in the world who wants to come here has a right to come here, has a right to become an American, has a right to Medicare and housing and food stamps and every other benefit of the modern welfare state.
And what should we understand about what's happened and is happening in Europe? Donald, for all the heat he took about his obtuse statement about Sweden at the rally in Florida on Saturday night, turned out to be prescient, as there's unrest in a immigrant neighborhood in the northern part of Stockholm yesterday, and underscoring a problem of assimilation that Sweden does have with all the asylum seekers that they have allowed into their country. And, and that's just a microcosm of some of the larger problems that beset Europe and have given rise to figures like Le Pen in France, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Look, if I were to take one drink a day, that's probably healthy. If I'm going to drink a bottle or two of whiskey a day, that's not. You can only digest so much. And the European open door policy, as you see you have seen, may be changing, but you have seen in places like Sweden and places like Germany, certainly will change the face of Europe probably forever. What you're creating increasingly are ghettos, are places where Swedish culture and Swedish society and language are not being used. You're bringing in colonies of people from the Middle East. I would argue that there are many, many pathologies and problems in the Middle East, and the solution cannot be to try to identify all the good people in the Middle East, millions and millions of them, and bring them to America and Europe and assume that they will not bring the problems with them, but the problems will be solved because they're in a colder climate. I don't think that's the way it works. There's people coming in with strong prejudices against Jews, against homosexuals, and to a great extent people who either believe or are being indoctrinated to believe by imams who come in and often get paid by the government that they should submit only to Sharia, only to Islamic law, not to the laws of the land. I think we're seeing huge problems in Europe. I think most Americans recognize that and are trying not to replicate what they're doing in Europe here. They think it's an experiment that's not working.
So, Cliff May, back to the new DHS guidelines. I mean, it gives law enforcement officers on the ground expanded authority. But what if you live in a sanctuary city? What does that mean for someone who's here illegally?
Well, the sanctuary cities are essentially places where the local government is saying we don't obey federal law on this, and we're not going to allow people who are here illegally to be tracked or to be processed as they otherwise might be. I can see why somebody who's here illegally, who wants to stay, would want to find his way to a sanctuary city. The question is whether that's going to be allowed by the federal government. I think federal laws should be enforced. I'm all for a decentralization. I'm all for subsidiarity. I'm all for people in California having the right to live differently than people in Idaho. Although the liberal trend over the years has been to say, no, we in Washington are going to decide everything, including who goes into which bathrooms in rural areas of the South. But sanctuary cities are a bad idea. You cannot have mayors being in charge of immigration policy for the United States.
I wanted to get your reaction, what we should understand from the news that a former Gitmo detainee is apparently the responsible party in the suicide bombing near Mosul, a British national who converted to Islam and became a radical Islamic terrorist who was detained at Gitmo by our country for a time before he was released by President Obama. What that says about what our approach to enemy combatants should be and Gitmo detainees specifically.
Yeah, there have actually been two now just recently who are former Gitmo who have been involved, who've gone back to the jihad, back to the fight, and one of the two got about, I believe it was £1 million in compensation when he got back to the UK. We have known for a very long time that of those released from Gitmo, probably 30% go back to the jihad and fight. So every time we let these people out that we can't be sure of, we are guaranteeing that additional people will be killed. That's what we're doing. And that's why Gitmo was established, so that we could hold those who we were taking off the battlefield indefinitely, so that they don't continue to fight us. The only other options are obviously to kill them, which I don't think we should do, or just to let them be and let them continue to fight. But in a war, you want to take combatants off the battlefield, and Gitmo was the place to put those who took off the battlefield. It was never, in my view, a bad idea. And President Obama's intense desire to close it never made much sense. We were not fighting against jihadists because we opened Gitmo. We opened Gitmo because we were fighting jihadists.
Well said. He is Cliff May, president of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies and foreign affairs columnist for the Washington Times. Cliff, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Clouds right now, but some sunshine and breezy conditions and just unseasonably warm temperatures by this afternoon. 68 to 70 degrees for a high today. And then tomorrow, cooler air comes in here along with some rain, a high in the upper 40s. Let's get those travel times. How's the inbound Kennedy doing? Jim Talamonte, who joins us in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Well, Amy, your delays start at Foster. It is 1 hour right now from O'Hare to downtown. I'm hoping that'll diminish a little bit here in the next few minutes. It's 42 minutes from Montrose to downtown, 31 on the express lanes. Outbound just 26 minutes from downtown to the airport. Eden's 20 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 24, about the Eisenhower. A mess from York to before St. Charles with a crash in the left lane. The four delays kicking at Des Plaines Avenue. An hour and 15 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 37 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour 10, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound now delay free. Ryan, 33 minutes from 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, jammed Hollywood to North Avenue. Northbound Tri-State delays are from the 83rd Street toll to the Stevenson, in pockets from Plainfield Road to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial still heavy, 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to Lake. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Support your local music scene at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village this Saturday. Night Spear is the group. It showcases Chicagoland's original and upcoming music scene. Witness some great bands in the making before they get big. So concert begins at 7:30, again this Saturday at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Admission is a suggested $5 donation.
Folks, how much is great service, low closing costs, and competitive interest rates worth to you? At Townstone Financial, it's priceless. Hi, Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
Just seamless. Just everything was great, even up to the closing. Like I closed in my own home. Everything was so wonderful. I never had to use any gas in my car or anything. They sent me documents, that I could just sign and send back. It was absolutely a positive experience. My expense for the loan and my payments per month are much less than anybody else who I had talked to.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com.
Listen to the Townstone Financial Show Saturdays at 1 p.m. here on AM 560. Townstone Financial is an Indiana, Wisconsin, Illinois mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639.
For me, it was the big S-Class from the 90s. Beautiful. My friend's dad had one.
The SL. All of the SLs. I've been watching those since I was a kid.
I think the 1971 SE was the first Mercedes that just blew me away.
Everyone remembers the first time they saw one, and the day they began to long for a Mercedes-Benz of their own. Well, that day may be a lot closer than you think. With a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you can experience the luxury, the unparalleled safety, the performance, and the style Mercedes-Benz is famous for at a price you can afford. Beautiful SUVs, sedans, coupes, and convertibles that are factory certified and covered by an unlimited mileage warranty for up to 3 years, so you can drive without a worry for as far as you like. And during the certified pre-owned sales event going on now through February 28th, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and special financing available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services, only at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties.
Mike Gallagher breaks some tough news to protesters.
Okay, good. Go march around. Carry a sandwich board and yell that he's not my president. The ultimate truth is he is. You want to stand around and think you're going to make a difference? Go ahead. I believe with all of my heart you're not going to make a difference. You're not going to move the needle 1 inch.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Looking to stop the runaround? Continental Audi of Naperville puts you in the driver's seat with straight talk and no hassle. Plus, we offer maintenance valet service and our VIP loyalty program after the sale. It's part of the Continental difference that you'll experience. Right now, lease the legendary Audi A4 for only $399 a month, and we'll even make your first payment to get you started. Continental Audi Naperville has a large selection, including more than 300 new and pre-driven vehicles ready to drive. Plus, qualified buyers get 1.9% financing on certified Audis. Drive an Audi and feel the difference in your driving enjoyment. Drive an Audi from Continental, and you'll know the difference an exceptional dealership can make. Experience the Continental Audi difference. ContinentalAudi.com.
36-month lease, 3015 due outstanding, includes first month payment, tax, title, license, extra. Subject to credit approval through Audi Financial Services.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance, but they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz at Automated Systems, when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, Call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I've seen it in my lab. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection, and I know that it works.
Balance of Nature is providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
If I only had more leads, if I only had more prospects to sell to. Sound familiar? The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. The Sales Prospecting Group is a local Chicagoland company that has helped hundreds of companies nationwide to secure new business by getting them in the door. The Sales Prospecting Group will get you appointments with qualified prospects to help you grow your business. They don't use contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. The Sales Prospecting Group will build a custom campaign specifically for your business. They know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get to the right people and get you connected with them. The Sales Prospecting Group specializes exclusively on B2B sales. Call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they could help your business grow in 2017. 630-701-9052. 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group. It's time to grow.